apt to get coronavirus if it's going to come here. I went and canceled a trip to Germany and France this Friday because I was going to be going to Germany on about a 12-hour flight, and I didn't want to be stuck in this petri tube of a plane with somebody that didn't know that they were a carrier and then wind up getting it myself. I've been a cancer victim, and so my immune system's not what it should be either. But on the way back, we were going to be exhibiting at a trade fair in Boston called the Oligotherapeutics Conference. And an oligo is a piece of DNA that's used in these test kits that they're using to test for coronavirus. When I called United up to cancel the flight, the lady said, "No problem, we'll refund your money, even your flight that I was going to take out of Boston back here." And she said that the pilots and flight staff were all on edge. That was horrifying. When does United Airlines ever give you a refund? It doesn't happen. So oligos are little strands of DNA that are used in these kits, and they're called probes. And right now that the kits that they've had aren't working very well because they've been using the coronavirus, I think, from the Chinese experience, but it's already mutated in the Korean experience and the Italian experience. I know this because I have a colleague in Norway who sells kits to the Koreans, and he knows what's going on there. And Korea is so loused up that one of my clients couldn't get a wire out last week because he couldn't get to the bank. I've also been to the CCD virology lab about 6 times in the last few years, and it's a fantastic lab in Rockville, Maryland. And Sam Michael, my colleague there, handles instrumentation, and we've sold them stuff. But those guys are just jammed. It's the best lab in the world, however, and I do think they're going to get a handle on it. But these million test kits that they're trying to jam out this week, by the end of the week, it ain't going to work because I think they're not dealing with the Washington strain of the virus. So what's to expect? Well, I would say that we can expect bad kits for another week or two. And I think we can also expect that older people are going to be most likely to get that. And that's really true for Tuolumne County. We've got about 50,000 people in this county and not a lot of money, so it's an issue. So I would say this, that something needs to be decided by you guys in terms of what you're going to do to deal with this. Now, maybe it won't come to this county at all. Maybe it'll skip over. The Black Plague never hit Milan, but the coronavirus has. So I would say that when a person comes into the emergency room, if they look like they have a cold or the flu, they need to get swabbed, and that test kit needs to go to either Quest Diagnostics or LabCorp. These are the 2 major places where they're going to be testing these for this.
Thank you. And I would encourage you, hopefully.
There's more. Good luck. You've
hopefully
been told.
Listen under staff reports, because I believe we'll have a report out under staff reports.
Thank you, Board. Dave McGuigan. I hope I can get through my comments without Supervisor Kirk smirking at me this time. I'd hope the other board members with a little more experience can help Supervisor Kirk understand that as a public official, it isn't really that hard for the public to make your job just not quite as much fun as it used to be. And given the frequency and magnitude of Supervisor Kirk's idiotic comments, not only would it be quite easy in his case, but I'm sure I'd find it quite satisfying as well. For those who haven't tried it, there's really nothing to get you out of bed in the morning like a sanctimonious public official that needs to be taken down a notch or 2. Now let's talk about economic development, or more appropriately, the lack thereof in Tuolumne County. We've heard all sorts of great ideas like increasing tourism or developing micro businesses. But the thing is, without real people ready to write real checks to try and implement some of these ideas, well, you might as well be saying that you like puppies. It's another statement that most people will agree with that also does absolutely nothing to bring actual economic to Tuolumne County. There's an election today. You've turned away one of the most regulated industries in California that has real people ready to write real checks to implement the ideas that could easily bring in $50 million in desperately needed taxable revenue over the next decade. The people have a right to know what actual plans you have that have actual people ready to write real checks that could bring in even $10 million in taxable revenue over the next day. What we don't need is more statements about how you like puppies. We know you've turned away $50 million in desperately needed taxable revenues over the next decade to continue your culture war that was started by Nixon in the 60s as a way to target his political rivals, the Youngs and the Blacks. We know you've turned away $50 million in taxable revenue over the next decade to continue your culture war that most Californians thought was finally over when a resounding majority of 63% of them voted to legalize recreational cannabis. We know you've turned away $50 million in taxable revenue over the next decade to continue your culture war, even though anybody in Tuolumne County over 21 can call up Oakdale and get recreational cannabis delivered without you getting a single tax dollar. We know you want to continue your culture war, but can you at least find a way that doesn't involve committing suicide in the economic wars?
Wow. Good morning. My name is John Doyle, and I'm with Belong Youth, and Belong Youth is on a mission for kids in Tuolumne County. Belong Youth is seeking to put fun, free, positive events on Friday and Saturday nights for kids, hoping to keep them off of drugs, alcohol, and drinking, kind of the path that unfortunately I took when I was a kid. So with these events at different venues throughout Tuolumne County, we're hoping to provide some relief to families and, of course, for kids to have fun things like movie night with some popcorn, some treats, some sodas, karaoke night and live band night, game nights, roller skating rink, these types of things. I'm a mentor with Teen Works here locally, and some of the kids that I talk with, there's a pretty common theme. There's nothing to do on Friday and Saturday nights, or I'm bored, or mom or dad doesn't have the $10 or $20 that's required to do one of the 3 or 4 things for kids. So we're hoping as a community that we can align together, come up with some fun venues, come up with some fun free events that are positive in nature. And the only requirement to come in is that you're a good citizen. Good citizen means no cussing, no drinking, no smoking, no cursing, no bullying. So if you're a good citizen, you do those things, you're welcome at the event. So we're hoping for some support in any way, in connections with different organizations, different people that have a heart for kids. Let's take back our kids.
So if someone is looking to find you, how would they do that?
BelongYouth.com.
Is there a phone number also?
Area code 702-704-9360. John at BelongYouth.com.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work.
Good morning. I'm Suzanne Greenwood with Infant Child Enrichment Services. Lucky me, get to follow that one. Another part of the children's issues. So I'm here today representing one of the programs in ISIS, the Local Child Care Planning Council. I've spoken before about how the State Department of Education, which is our funder, requires several mandates throughout the year, and I like to just periodically remind you of what some of those are and the input that we like to have from you. This spring, every spring, we do something called the Priority Report, and that's determining the unmet need for state-funded child care slots in our county by zip code. Those state-funded slots are in the state preschools that are affiliated with the Head Starts at 5 different elementary schools, at Bellevue State Preschool, and at the infant, toddler, and preschool programs at Columbia College's Child Development Center. So that report goes to the state every year, and every county in the state does that. And the idea is that if unexpected funds become available, early childhood education funds become available, then they can get funneled into the counties that and the zip code areas that have those highest needs. Probably 10, 12 years ago, Bellevue Elementary received some extra funding because of that priority report. So the meeting that I'd like to invite you to, everyone is always welcome to all of our meetings. Our meetings are second Tuesday of every month in the county schools office at 3 o'clock, and everyone is always invited. We always look forward to people's input. But the one in April on the 14th, which I have a little card I'll give to you, is the one where we have the most discussion about this priority report. So again, it welcomes suggestions, questions, input. The other thing I'd like to invite you to is our annual Early Childhood Educators Conference. That's up at Black Oak in the Conference Hotel Center on Saturday, April 4th. And every year we bring very high caliber presenters in to support the professional development of our preschool teachers and family child care providers. Many of our community's children are being cared for in these programs, in these licensed programs, so that their parents can work and go to school and better their lives here in their county. So the theme this year is called Universal Design for Learning. And so I'm just going to leave these here. You're very welcome to you can come for the whole thing. You can show up, just kind of check it out, see what it's about. And then one other thing I forgot to bring the cards for this time, but I will next time, is our annual Children's Fair, ISIS Children's and Babies Fair. It's on Saturday, May 2nd. That's another really fun, wonderful event to interact with people in the community, find out all the great resources that are there for children and families. And love to see you there as well.
And again, thank you for all of the work that you guys do. It's tremendous. Please, for those public that might be listening, let them know how they can get more information or volunteer.
Probably the best way is to go on our website, which is all one word, ICES Agency, ICES Agency.org. And anything you want to learn about what we're doing is on there. We're actually revamping our website right now, but it's still got a lot of good stuff on there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Brennan, members of the board, and staff. I am Lisa Mayo. I'm the president and CEO of Visit Tuolumne County, and we are here today to let you know about a very special award that we recently received in partnership with our friends at Madera Yosemite Visitors Bureau, Mono County Tourism, Yosemite Mariposa Tourism Bureau, and Yosemite National Park. Together, we were the recipients of Visit California's inaugural Destination Stewardship Poppy Award. This amazing honor was given to us at the Visit California Marketing Outlook Forum in February. The Poppy Awards are given out every other year. This year's Destination Stewardship Award was a new surprise category, and we were not expecting to receive this, so it was very exciting. Our Yosemite Gateways have worked together since 2012 to come up with projects that help offset visitation to Yosemite. The park provided funding for this cooperative endeavor, and the program that won over the judges was a digital influencer program that we did with Josh Cripps and Scott Kranz. And this program had 3 goals: to encourage travelers to visit on off-peak days or seasons, to take public transportation into Yosemite Valley, and to arrive early if they were taking their own vehicle. Joshua Cripps used YouTube as his platform. He has over 306,000 subscribers on his channel, and Scott Kranz used Instagram, where he has over 357,000 followers. So one of the pictures from this campaign actually ended up on Backpacker magazine as well, which got us some extra publicity. So we're really proud of this partnership and the incredible award and the inroads that we are making to help visitors have a better experience at Yosemite National Park. And we are looking at this as truly a launch pad for our own destination stewardship plan that we are working on as well. So we just wanted to share that with you today. So thank you.
Just a quick comment. You mentioned 2012, and I think back how much work was done by the groups to finally get together and understand that it's a big partnership that we all get better by working together. So thanks for all that hard work.
Thank you.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thanks very much.
Okay, no other public comment. We're going to move to staff reports. There.
Members of the board, CIO Riggs. My name is Clarence Team. I am the EMS coordinator and medical health operational area coordinator for Tuolumne County. Much has changed since I last addressed the board on February 4th. The numbers and cases of the COVID-19 virus have drastically increased globally, nationally, and statewide. Saying that, please understand that by the time I finish this report, the numbers are likely to have changed. As of March 3rd, there are 88,948 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in at least 64 countries. The vast majority of those are in China with 80,174, with 2,915 confirmed deaths. Only 128 deaths are confirmed outside of China. There are currently 103 confirmed cases in the United States, including 44 that are repatriated from the Diamond Princess cruise ship, 3 persons repatriated from Wuhan, and the unfortunate 6 deaths in Washington State. There are 3 known community-based transmission cases, 43 cases in California, 22 are repatriated from the Diamond Princess cruise ship, 2 are repatriated from Wuhan, China. And as previously mentioned, there are the community-based transmission cases out of Solano and Santa Clara County. At this time, there are no confirmed or suspected cases of COVID-19 in Tuolumne County or the surrounding counties. There have been 5 returning travelers that have transited through China to Tuolumne County. None of them traveled through Hubei province. Those travelers have passed through the 14-day incubation period and are not a threat to spread COVID-19. The federal government has initiated admission, screening, and quarantine procedures that have shown effective and is dramatically slowing the spread of the virus in the United States. The risk of contracting COVID-19 or coming in contact with a COVID-19 patient in Tuolumne County remains low. We will, however, continue to make reasonable steps to be prepared to protect the community from this and other emerging infectious diseases. The CDC has begun releasing additional COVID-19 test kits. However, there is still a very limited number of these kits available. Until the kits become more widely available, testing should be limited to the following persons. Any person, including healthcare workers, who have had close contact with a laboratory-confirmed COVID-19 patient within 14 days of the onset of symptoms and a fever or symptoms of lower respiratory illness, such as a cough or shortness of breath. A history of travel from an infected area within 14 days of the onset of fever or symptoms of lower respiratory infection, and any person with a severe acute lower respiratory illness requiring hospitalization without an alternate explanatory diagnosis, such as influenza, even though there is no source of exposure identified. At this time, the CDC and CDPH, California Department of Public Health, do not recommend wearing a surgical mask by healthy, non-infected persons. Wearing an N95 or similar type mask should be limited to healthcare providers that are in close proximity to a confirmed or suspected COVID-19 patient. Wearing a surgical mask or an ill-fitted N95 will not protect a person from the COVID-19 or other infectious diseases. Currently, the healthcare providers in the county do have a sufficient supply of personal protective equipment such as mask, gown, and eye protection. However, as this outbreak continues, a shortage of PPE will become a critical issue. CDC, CDPH, OSHA, and NIOSH have approved a plan to extend the shelf life of PPE caches and are working on using other alternative forms of personal protective equipment. Tuolumne County Public Health, local healthcare providers, and public safety agencies are coordinating efforts to increase the capability to respond to COVID-19. The Tuolumne County Public Health Department has activated its Department Operations Center, or DOC, to facilitate interagency coordination and communication during this outbreaks. These surveillance efforts are continuing with increased attention paid to respiratory illnesses. Public health, local healthcare providers, and schools are increasingly vigilant for any potential outbreaks. Preparations for infection control procedures are in place to decrease the spread of the virus. Updated guidance from the CDC and the California Department of Public Health on the appropriate use of personal protective equipment, infection control procedures to decrease the spread of the virus have been distributed to appropriate agencies. The Tuolumne County Public Health Department asks that people follow these simple steps to decrease the spread of COVID-19 and other respiratory illness. Cover your mouth and nose with a tissue when you cough or sneeze. Put that tissue in a wastebasket. Don't stick it in your pocket. That's not a good thing. If you don't have a tissue, cough or sneeze into your upper sleeve or the elbow, not your hands. Wash your hands often with soap and warm water for at least 20 seconds. If soap is not available, alcohol-based hand rub is suggested. Stay away from sick people. So if your cousin has a sick kid, don't go visit him until the sick kid gets better. If you're sick, stay at home. Don't share the wealth. We don't want that. We will continue to keep the board updated on all pertinent information needed to enact policies needed to protect the citizens of Tuolumne County. If you have any questions.
Clarence's talk. Good morning. My name is Michelle Jaquetta. I'm a Program Supervisor, Emergency Preparedness Program Coordinator, and Public Information Officer for the Tuolumne County Public Health Department. I just wanted to reinforce what's been shared by Clarence's team, and we'll be issuing a press release this morning, which you have in front of you there to local media. The information shared mirrors today's update, that we are closely monitoring the situation and working closely with our federal, state partners, as well as our local healthcare and community partners to prepare and respond as needed. We will keep the public updated as things change, and we will continue to update our Facebook page and our Public Health County website page. So we encourage the public to follow those mediums as well as staying informed with the local media outlets. So thank you very much.
Hang on, is it, sir? Go ahead. I know it.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. I wanted to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Eric Sergienko. I'm your acting county health officer and currently the full-time health officer for Mariposa County. Sorry to meet you under such trying circumstances, but I wanted to let you know that I've been fully engaged with the health department as well as the partners that are associated with the health department in preparing your county for what I feel is the inevitable arrival of COVID-19, the disease caused by the SARS-CoV-2 virus, and that we can best position ourselves by taking prudent measures at this point. And those are works in progress, to be honest. You've probably heard things like shutting down business, shutting down schools. We really, at this point, don't know enough about the virus to make those sort of decisions, but we may need to make those decisions in short order. So as we move forward with plans, we will ensure that we keep you advised of what we can best direct based on the science that's available to us. Thank you.
Sir, this is a staff report, so hang on, I'll give you a short explanation. Is there any other staff that would like to speak to this?
Madam Chair, members of the board, Steve Boyack from the Health and Human Services Agency. I just want your board to know, and I want to publicly state how much we appreciate Dr. Sergienko helping us and guiding us through this process. And his boss, Siobhan Katari from Mariposa County HHSA. Without his guidance at this point, we would be searching for information, if you will, and putting together these documents for you and our public at this point in time. So he is willing to stay on with us for a little while longer while we continue to search for our new health officer. So I would like to publicly thank him for his efforts in helping us out.
As we all would. So I want to be really clear to everyone, including this board, that this is not an agendized item. This is a staff report. I think that we are all acutely aware, though, that there is a tremendous amount of interest from the public, obviously. This board wants to be updated on a regular basis. And it would be my intention that we could agendize this, and I will look to CAO Riggs, but hopefully at our next meeting so that we can take questions from the public and have a very public conversation about this. I think it would be time. So I know, again, I want to thank all of you. I know you have been meeting on a regular basis. I was aware of some of the meetings that were happening last week, and I know that you're working with our partners, hospital, schools, Area 12. I'm aware of a number of them because they have reached out to me, and you have really have a very exhaustive Community Partnership and Network, and I'll look forward to a full presentation of all of those partners in the near future when we can have a more thorough conversation. One comment.
I would just simply, like Dr. Sojenko stated, things could happen in short order. So even though we may agendize this on the 17th, at your direction, if it needs to be discussed sooner as things develop, I would ask that you reach out and let us know so we could potentially schedule a meeting between now and then if we need to.
Yeah, as needed, I think that it'd be important to, again, make you aware. What I've been doing with my board, and if that's something that this board prefers, or would like as well, is I've been basically doing every other day email sort of situation reports, situational awareness maintaining, because again, it is a rapidly evolving disease and spread.
We would appreciate that, and I think it goes without saying that if there is a change, that we would be looking to schedule something immediately and have a very public conversation.
Understood.
Thank you. Any other staff reports?
I just want to say
Sir,
one thing.
I'm
You're
sorry,
wasting 2
sorry,
weeks, and there's
sir.
some things you ought to be thinking
Okay,
about
but
now,
sir,
like not
please,
flying.
I need to, sir, we will if there is a
Not that
change.
You're writhing in your ignorance, and he pointed that out. I'm not doing
Thank
this
you.
because it's a good time for me. I'm trying to warn you about something.
Thank you.
He said himself they don't know.
I'm Debbie Batista. I'm your county clerk, your register of voters, and guess what? Today's election day. So we have had over 14,500 Tuolumne County residents, thank you very much, and voters already send in their ballots, and they're downstairs, and they've already been processed. We're just waiting to push the button later tonight. But there's a few things that I would like to talk about. One, Tuolumne County no longer has polling places. Instead, we have 5 vote centers. One can go to a vote center and cast their ballot there, go into a booth, do exactly what you could do in the polling places, but instead of having 27, we have 5. So the 5 polling places that have been open since 7 o'clock this morning and will be open until 8 o'clock tonight are the Twain Hart Bible Church, which was the old Black Oak Elementary School, Memorial Hall in Tuolumne, my office downstairs to South Green Street, Wilson Realty in Jamestown, and the Groveland Library up in Groveland. We've had steady voters coming in because now with all the new equipment, I can watch the voters come in. It's pretty exciting. And I can tell you when you voted, Mr. Whitman, at the exact time. Can't tell you what you voted for, but I can tell you the exact time you walked into the voting center. So today is your choice as a citizen to express your choices with your vote. So one of the things that I thought that was really apropos is if you look at all of these posters up here, these are the posters from the League of Women Voters, the 100-year anniversary of the right for women to vote. And I just felt that for today, it was pretty exciting to have those posters up too. Especially, I'm going to really age myself, any woman who knows what the glass ceiling was and has experienced it and broken through the glass ceiling, this is kind of nice to be able to see it. So if you want any stories, I can tell you some stories. So here's Jane to tell you about this. I'm going to go back downstairs and start working on the ballots. Please come out early. Please vote early. We will have the first results by about 8:05, 8:10, because all I have to do is push a button. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Good morning. I'm Jane Braga, co-chair of the League of Women Voters of the Mother Lode Voter Services Committee. As Debbie had mentioned, 2020 is the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment giving women the right to vote. To help celebrate this event, the League of Women Voters with the Mother Lode held a poster contest involving all the students in Tuolumne County. We wanted to engage our young people, the voters of tomorrow, in the democratic process with the theme, Your Voice is Your Vote. Sue Irwin, with the assistance of the Tuolumne County Office of Education, the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance, specifically Lori Livingston, who coordinated the contest. All school children in the county were invited to participate. We are proud to share with you today the winning entries of the contest. Students range from pre-K to 8th grade. I hope you enjoyed this display and appreciate the thought and effort that the students put forth. Looking at this work makes me feel optimistic about the future. I think it's in good hands. Thank you.
Thank you.
I would like to thank the League of Women Voters for this and everything else that you do for women. Being someone who was first married to a woman that retired as a full colonel in the United States Air Force, and now I'm married to a woman who is a publicly elected official. I really appreciate what you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies.
Good morning, board and community members. My name is Heather Ryan, and I am the administrative support to the Board of Supervisors for Tuolumne County. I'm here to remind the community of two community events that are happening this week. The first is this Friday, March 6th, 12 to 2 p.m. at the National. That is our Meet the CAO series where they get to meet and speak with CAO Tracy Riggs. The second event is this Sunday, March 8th at 1 p.m. That is taking place at the Church of the 49ers, and that is the next in our series of We Are Tuolumne County Community Forums. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if people want more information, Heather, they can go to the county website, correct?
Yes, we also have flyers in the back.
Thank you.
Again, Michelle Jaquetta, Public Health and Clarence. Yeah, we just wanted to do a little bit more explanation of what a DOC is, or a Department Operations Center. A Department Operations Center is part of the Incident Command System. It's SIMS and NIMS compliant. It's what the state and the federal government asks for us to do when formalizing preparedness and response in any activity. There is an EOC, an Emergency Operations Center, which can be activated jurisdiction-wide. We have activated a DOC, which is just for our department. A DOC helps formalize a response. It facilitates coordinated response within the department and with our partners. It facilitates effective communication and information flow, and it facilitates documentation of time and resources being spent and requested. And especially if funding should become available for an incident, this part is very important for us to document the time that staff are spending, resources that are being expended in it. So do you have anything else?
No, just as an incident command system geek that I am, this basically allows us a formalized, efficient way to make sure things that are done, redundancies are eliminated, and also prevent things from falling through the cracks. So it is just formalizing the structure within the health department that we are using to make sure that we get the information out and the information into the decision makers that need to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for those informative reports. At this time, and as I look out, it's really nice to see an audience like this in our boardroom. And as much as I would like to believe you're here to listen to all of us and our pearls of wisdom or controversy, I'm going to believe that you are actually here for items 11, 12, and 13. And so I'm going to go ahead and move those up and ask the clerk of the board to please read item 11.
This is consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming March 2020 as National Social Work Month.
Good morning, Board. Madam Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Corey Allen, and I represent the Health and Human Services Agency, specifically the Department of Social Services. March is nationally recognized as Social Worker Appreciation Month. Before I begin, I do want to draw your attention to the group of social workers that have been able to join us today. If you'll please stand. Social work supervisors, paraprofessional, and professional social workers. Thank you. As you can see, that is who this is truly about today. Social workers use tools. They have direct impact on so many within your community. Those tools cannot be used without them bringing the entire cohesive self that they are. You cannot apply tools in social work if you're not compassionate, are filled with humility and a sense that you can be a guiding light for people that are on a path filled with hopelessness. The thing with social work that is so unique is that we work in a constant gray area. The social worker can prescribe activities, we can outline outcomes and plans, but without the true intention of the individual being served, truly deciding that that's the path they would like to take, they will get nowhere. They also can get nowhere without collaboration with a wide array of individuals, teams, agencies, and supports. Galileo Galilei once said that we cannot teach people anything. We can only help them discover it within themselves. And that truly is the heart of what social worker is. We're building people, family, and your community across generations, and the work is, as you could imagine, complex. Social workers, generations strong is our theme this year. And what I'd like to do is highlight one area of the work being done by your team of social workers, specifically in the area of adult protective services, supporting our elders, specifically in our community where our elder population is growing exponentially. It is a critical area to pay attention to in social work. I'm going to draw your attention to social worker Melissa Bruhard. Melissa recently investigated and worked with, supported, and protected one elder within our community. The situation is that she was suffering with mental and physical incapacity to make decisions to protect herself. And in that condition was taken advantage by a loved one. In so doing, her assets, her finances were redirected to locations that were outside of her control. Upon that investigation, and with the tenacity and the grit, the compassion that Melissa Bruhard brought to the work, she collaborated with our county counsel's office and was able to pursue probate code sections that allowed her to work alongside law enforcement, also who responded immediately to freeze those assets, thereby protecting her well-being for the long haul. As a social worker, she continued the work by connecting this individual with a family member who could provide ongoing support and protection. That is, in a nutshell, one example of what's happening throughout your community in the world of social work. You're going to see it in your in-home supportive services programs, your resource family approval programs, child welfare. You're going to see it in your welfare to work, building self-sufficiency. It goes on and on. Social workers provide a path to safety, well-being, and self-sufficiency, and the job is to help people find their power, their voice. Sometimes those things are lost outside of our control, as that example can provide. It's in these moments when, through leadership, advocacy, and that true champion for the human spirit in whatever form it comes to us, that defines your social workers, and you can see they shine. So I ask you to take pause, to ask our community to recognize and acknowledge the great work, the extraordinary work being done by your team of social workers throughout this community. And I respectfully recommend that your board adopt the accompanying resolution to proclaim March 2020 as National Social Work Month here in Tuolumne County.
Okay, any questions from the board?
No questions.
Comments?
Just a big thanks to all you social workers and all the things you do to help the people of this county. I don't know where we'd be without you. It's such a difficult job, and I think that we do it well. Thank you.
Comment?
Sure. I don't know how you do it. I honestly don't. That is such a tough job. Emotional involvement, all of that. And to do it at all is commendable to do it as well as we do here in this county. You folks are incredible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you guys rock. I mean, it is a hard job, and it takes a lot out of you, and it can be really challenging sometimes. But it is, it is truly a calling, and you have really shown how we do it really well in Tuolumne County. There's a lot of need out there, and without you, people would not. A lot of those needs wouldn't be met. So, sometimes it might feel like you're, banging your head up against a brick wall, but just know that you are really making a true difference in our community, and it really shows. So even though you may not be getting this kind of recognition every day, just know that we're thinking about you and we support you, and we have your backs 100%. So thank you.
Yeah, just ditto what they said. I used to be a juvenile probation officer in Merced, and some of my worst experiences were going out with social workers into these homes to see the crap that you guys get to see every day. So, but thank you. It takes a special person to go in there and see the things you guys get to see and deal with those things. But like Corey said, it's a calling, and you get some gold nuggets at the end of it when you help people out. So congratulations, and thank you guys for what you do.
So at this time, I'd like to ask if there's any public comment.
Good morning. Linda Downey, Chief Probation Officer. I want to take a moment just to acknowledge the partnership that we do have with the Health and Human Services Agency. But more importantly, I wanted to take a moment to do something that we don't do very often, and that is to thank those social workers that work within that agency in the many different capacities and programs. So on behalf of the probation department, I want to thank the social workers for your partnership, for all the work that you do, but more importantly, for the tireless effort that you give to our youth and families every day. You are very much appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, before I bring this back for a motion, I just want to add that I agree with absolutely everything that's been said. But when I was reading this item over the weekend, one of the points, whereas this year's theme, Social Workers, Generation Strong, embodies the heroic work of social workers who for more than a century have worked to make our society a better place to live. And so while we talk about this isn't something that's been just the last year or the last 5 years or the last 10 years that have made a difference in Tuolumne County. This has been the last century. And so with that, I'm looking for a motion.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer and a second from Supervisor Gray that we adopt the resolution proclaiming March 2020 as National Social Worker Month in Tuolumne County, and a call upon all of our citizens to celebrate those who serve in this noble profession. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Please carry the message back to everyone.
Thank you very much.
Will the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of adopting a resolution recognizes March 27, 2020 as Welcome Home Veterans Day, Vietnam Veterans Day.
Good morning, Board. I'm Deb Askew, and I'm from the Veterans Service Office, and I am Tuolumne County's VSO. Welcome. As you may know, the Vietnam War ended 45 years ago. It's a story of service members of different backgrounds, colors, and creeds who came together to complete a daunting mission. It's a story of Americans from every corner of our nation who left the warmth of their family to serve a country they loved. It's a story of patriots who braved the line of fire, who cast themselves into harm's way to save a friend, who fought hour after hour, day after day to preserve the liberties we hold dear today. I would like to take this time to have all the Vietnam veterans from the era stand up and be recognized. Thank you. I'm going to read the resolution. Whereas we honor the immeasurable sacrifices and contributions of our Vietnam veterans have made to protect the family, liberty, and happiness of every California and every American, all the veterans deserve our deepest respect. And whereas we should always remember the heroism and courage of those who have served and those who continue to serve. And whereas we also recognize the trials and hardships of the families, friends, and descendants of these Vietnam vets who have held in their hearts. They have earned our respect for their courage and devotion to their service, members of the United States. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of County of Tuolumne hereby joins in voice, hopefully, to communicate across the great nation in proclamation March 27th, 2020 as Welcome Home Vietnam Vet Day and express the deepest gratitude for their service to our country. Black Oak will be hosting an event that starts at 6 p.m. on the 27th of March. Doors open at 5:30, and Ms. Carol Sunderland is here to make an announcement about that event.
Hey, thank you. Wow, you have to be a giant. I'm Carol Southern. I am a veteran of a Vietnam vet. I've been married to him for 55 years, and I'm still with him, so I consider myself a veteran. Anyway, the Welcome Home Vietnam Veterans Day is March the 27th. It's honoring those who made a difference, dispelling the myth. It's at the Black Oak Casino Resort Hotel Four Winds Ballroom. Doors open at 5:30. It starts at 6 to 8 p.m. Tickets are $20 per person. Included in that, there's a door prize of a 65-inch flat-screen TV that I would love to get out of my living room because I can't sit on my couch. There's also going to be comedian Mike Betancourt will be there, and he is a clean comedian and very funny. There will be a silent auction. Hors d'oeuvres are sponsored by the Seven Sisters, and there's a no-host bar. For ticket information, I have tickets with me today, or you can contact me if you want to write my phone numbers down. It's all over the world anyway. 928-3848. Or my cell, 768-9840. And we're doing this in as well as with the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. And I thank you very much. Amen.
So before I go to board comment, I'm going to ask if there's any public comment on this item. Okay, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board, and before I go to my fellow supervisors, I'm going to apologize. I stood up. Deb, I just was not listening when you said asking Vietnam vets to stand up, and in my exuberance for wanting to salute them, I stood up and applauded. And I am not a veteran, but I certainly think that each and every one of us owe a debt of gratitude, and I know my fellow board members are going to also comment on this, but I want to go back to your first whereas, because on this day when we all exercise our right to vote, we honor the immeasurable sacrifices and contributions our Vietnam veterans have made to protect the life, liberty, and happiness of every Californian and every American. All veterans deserve our deepest respect. And with that, Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, this is always a tough one for me, being a Vietnam veteran. I went through some of the blackest moments our country has ever experienced, and I know the Vietnam veterans here in the room did as well. We do owe them a debt of gratitude, and it's pretty much been said, and I think it's very important to say it. But I also want to reflect a great deal of gratitude that this community ought to have for our local chapter of the VVA. Okay? Our local chapter of the VVA supports this community in so many ways. I could spend a lot of time here today. I'm not going to go through a laundry list. But not just in their own chapter and the events that they do, but also a lot of them are members of the Chamber of Commerce, Business Council. There's just a whole bunch of organizations that these people, community organizations that these people continue. Not only did they support and defend this country with their lives, but they're still supporting this community today. And I just wanted to say that because it's a great bunch of guys. Thank you very much. And I will be happy to make the motion when it's time.
Supervisor Gray.
Yeah, this is always difficult, like Carl said, and you know, you get up here and you think that you're not going to have much emotion and things aren't going to bother you. But you know, if you've had a family member that has served and has had difficult times through life because of the experiences, it's really hard. So, thank you.
Supervisor.
Like many of our fathers and brothers and husbands, my father served in the Army during the Vietnam War, and also like so many of you brave veterans, he never talked about it and never asked for recognition. And you know, I was much older when I even learned that he had served. I remember being a little kid and playing with his uniform and playing with some of the pins and buttons and not knowing what they were all about. So it's our job, those of us who you've served and protected, to recognize you and not wait for you to ask for that recognition, but for us to stand up and point out the service that you've made and the sacrifices that so many of our veterans have made. And it's just be there for you and support those of you who have served your country bravely. So all we can say is thank you and recognize you in this. It's never going to be enough of a recognition, but it's what we have available to us, and you certainly earned it.
Supervisor Kerr.
Well, I had family who served in World War II, but not in veterans. But for my generation, from me to you, I just want to say thank you. You guys are amazing to give up family and go overseas and put your life on the line. It doesn't matter what the cause is for. You guys signed up and put your name on the line. So for that, I owe you guys a debt of gratitude and thank you. And like Rotifer said, Supervisor Rotifer, yeah, you guys, the more and more I've been up here in this game, the more I see how much you guys are in this community and what you do. And this guy is all over the place. I see him everywhere, as I'm sure most of you are. But thank you guys, and I hope you have long, healthy lives. So thank you.
So with that, I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer.
So moved.
Second.
A second from Supervisor Gray. I would remind everyone to reach out and thank not just the Vietnam vets, but the vets you know in your life, not just today, but often. With that, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now, please join me in an applause. Will the clerk please, read item 13?
Consideration of approving a certificate of recognition commending CAL FIRE Assistant Chief Jeff Sanders upon his retirement.
Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office. It is my privilege to be here this morning for this item. There are a lot of folks here in the county who could be up here doing this very same thing because Chief Sanders has been a significant partner for a lot of county projects and county work that has gone on over the many years. So I'm here, but there's a lot of us who are really grateful. So after 31 years of dedicated service to the residents of Tuolumne County, Assistant Chief Jeff Sanders will be retiring from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, or CAL FIRE as we know it, the Tuolumne Calaveras unit in particular. Chief Sanders has been committed to the protection of Tuolumne County's residents and resources for almost the entirety of his career. And it's very impressive to have kind of gone through some of his employment history and to know that he has essentially worked here in the TCU, the Tuolumne County or Tuolumne Calaveras unit, but in particular in Tuolumne County for almost the entirety of his 31 years, and the impact that that has had on not only proactive work that has been done throughout the county, but then also the response has been really significant. So I'm just going to go through here his employment, and then I'll defer to Madam Chair. So Chief Sanders has been committed to he started his career with CAL FIRE as a seasonal firefighter 1 in the TCU in July of 1989. In April of 1996, he accepted a limited-term fire apparatus engineer position in this same unit and worked seasonally in that position as well as the firefighter 1 until he received a permanent position in the TCU in January of 1997. In June of 2000, Chief Sanders worked briefly as a temporary authorization fire captain in the Shasta unit, but returned back to the TCU only a couple months later. Then in June 2001, Chief Sanders was promoted to fire captain in the TCU, and then in January 2010, he was promoted to battalion chief. In April of 2015, Chief Sanders was promoted to his current position that he holds now as Assistant Chief for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit, responsible for Columbia Air Attack Base, Baseline Conservation Camp, and the fire training program at Sierra Conservation Center. Chief Sanders has been a model of service, collaboration, and partnership, and his work on behalf of the citizens of Tuolumne County should be commended. Thanks. Oh, I should say, I'm requesting your board approve a certificate of recognition for Chief Sanders. I apologize.
And so at this time, I think it's appropriate to bring it down here, and I would ask that Chief Sanders please come up to the podium.
Supervisor Brennan.
And I'm going to look first to board comments, and then we will go to public comments. Supervisor Gray.
Jeff.
Good morning.
How are you?
Good.
Good. I bet you're really looking forward to this retirement. I think back to the rimfire. Most significant day I think I spent with you is when it was still burning and we were driving up Highway 120, and you were showing me where the fire came across the road, where you guys actually held it and stopped it, and that was a major stop. But going up there and seeing what everybody was doing and listen to your explanation of what was happening, it was so significant because it made me feel that we had it. And thank you. That's it.
Supervisor.
So, a couple of comments. First of all, I remember standing next to Josh White, and of course CAL FIRE, this was back in the rimfire, and CAL FIRE had their forces all arrayed. And I go, so when are you going in? And he says, well, when I'm invited or the first spot lands in the SRA. And I think that first spot was what you were talking about, because it happened shortly thereafter. CAL FIRE is an awesome partner for this county. We would be very hard-pressed to do fire protection the way we do without them. And most of the reason, as in any organization, most of the reason that excellence abides is due to the leadership. And you are one of that key members of that leadership, and have been. I hate to see you go, but as with all good things, I guess it's got to come to an end. I just hearken back to my own retirement from military service, and I don't know, I was looking forward to it, but I was also a little bit dreading it because I was leaving some of the relationships that I had built over all those many years, and I know you probably are too. But I want to thank you for not just your service with CAL FIRE, but your leadership in CAL FIRE and what it's meant to this county. And I'm sure, being the outfit that CAL FIRE is, they'll find someone to replace you. But we're going to miss you. And I wish you Godspeed, and I wish you the best. And the nice thing about being in a profession like firefighting or even the Air Force, you know, the end comes early enough in your life that you hopefully have enough years left to really do something something else that you really have a passion for as well. So I wish you find that, and good luck to you.
Thank you.
Oh man, this is going to turn into a walk down memory lane of Jeff Sanders stories. When I saw, it came as a shock to me when I saw that your retirement was coming up on the agenda. I thought, you know, that guy's got the attitude and the energy of a 25-year-old. How could he possibly be old enough to retire? And that's true. I mean, I got to know you working on the Tree Mortality Project, and I can't remember you ever saying, no, we can't do that. You universally positive attitude about everything we were doing, and in the early days it was a real struggle, and we didn't know how we were going to address this huge problem, and I just never got a sense from you that we couldn't tackle it. You just have that kind of really positive attitude that is really necessary, and in an organization like CAL FIRE, where you have a lot of really can-do positive heroes, really. You still stand out above, and it's a real testament that even in an organization like that, you're able to really excel. So I'm really sad to see you go. You know, looking forward to hearing more barbecue stories and all of your inventions in that regard. So I hope you have a very enjoyable retirement and that you aren't a stranger.
Thank you very much.
And I'm sitting here realizing I'm getting older because up until a few years ago, everybody who retired had more time working than I was alive. But that's changed the last couple of years. I got 35 now. So yeah, I was surprised when I saw your name. So good for you for staying healthy, staying fit. Hopefully you'll live long and do something you love. I don't have a lot of the experiences that they do with you because obviously they've been with the county longer, but I do know that whenever your name came up, there was always something positive to say, and there's always that you're trustworthy and your opinion mattered. So take that for what it is, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Yep.
I forgot one thing. Barry Rudolph told me that you were the equivalent of the Swiss Army knife for CAL FIRE. I'm not sure what that means, if it's good or bad, but coming from Barry, it
50-50.
All right. At this time, I'd like to ask any Tracy, staff, other staff to make comments.
So, Jeff, I remember the first time, too, and that was that fire in Soulsbyville. But more than anything, what I wanted to say was thank you for instilling in me the trust that I have in you and I've always had. I always felt like I could say, what is your gut instinct? And I went with it. I never questioned it. You've always been can-do, and you are one of the reasons that whenever I'm in Sacramento, that I make sure that they know that we have the best unit in the state of California. And there are many others that are sitting in here today that make that so true for us. But also, we would not have been able to do many of the things we've been able to do without you and so many others. So thank you for always being there. I will miss knowing that to pick up the phone and call you, but I know I have others that I can do the same thing. So I wish you and your wife and your children, I believe they're probably teens. Are they teens now? So this is the perfect time for you to be home more. Just saying. And I just wish you guys the best and know you will be missed, but we wish you only wonderful things as you move into this next phase of your life. And I know it will be incredible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Public comment?
I met Jeff when he was a battalion chief in Groveland, Battalion 4416. So I've worked with the other people prior to him, and we were always trying to get some burns going up there, some control burns, like we used to do. And so I went up to his desk and met him for the first time, and I said, well, you're probably going to be like the rest of them. You're going to say good things and nothing's going to happen. But this guy here made it happen. And he made it happen fast. And I don't know what year were you there started?
2010.
2010. And all the year, he just got everything going. We got a management plan going up there to do some burning. And he was just on top of things and wanted to get things done. And I'm going to miss him because there was never a major fire. There was never a major fire, and he knew what he was doing with fires, and we're going to miss him greatly. And I appreciate what you did with us, and we ended up having a really good friendship.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, members of the board, county staff, and members of the public. My name is Josh White. I'm currently the acting assistant region chief. I've been the unit chief in TCU and the fire chief for Tuolumne County. And I have to tell you, I really appreciate the board recognizing Jeff. There's so many things that he has done in cooperation with the fire safe councils and a number of other groups to do so many different projects around the county. But what you don't often see or know is that oftentimes he's the incident commander on these major incidents that we have throughout the county as well as into Calaveras. That creates a collective sigh of relief for our firefighters on the ground. It is always fun to hear Jeff's voice over the radio as the incident commander. The collective relief in the emergency command center, and for me as the agency administrator to know that somebody like Jeff is in charge of the incident. I can just kind of go to bed. He'll call me if he needs me. It makes my job that much easier. So there's so many things that go on behind the scenes, and one of the things that a lot of people don't understand when the rim fire was going on, and I would start spilling out little details of information that people are like, gosh, how does he know that? I know that because of Jeff. Jeff was behind the scenes. Jeff would be feeding me information, and over the years as our relationship, we've known each other about 7 years now, as our relationship got stronger, he would nudge me, and I truly appreciate the nudges. A quick phone call when a major emergency is going on or about to, a fire is getting more and more complex, and it would be like, hey, Josh, what do you think about doing this? Hey, great idea, Jeff. I go and say it, and they're like, Josh is so smart. Why didn't we think of that? It was Jeff. I'm going to wrap myself out here. It was his great ideas that he would gently nudge. I'm going to miss you, buddy. This was a fantastic ride. Really appreciate everything you've done.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, board. Alan Johnson, Southwest Interface Team Coordinator. If you've been happy with how things have been going in the Swift area in the south part of the county the last 7 years, you have Jeff to thank. If you're not happy, you have Jeff to thank. So about in 2012, Tom James, the founder of Swift, decided to retire. At that point, Jeff sought me out and asked me my interest to come in behind Tom James. Of course, I obviously said yes. So over the years, Jeff and I have got to know. He came to the battalion just as I was retiring from the Forest Service up in the Groveland area, which means he's been involved with Swift for about 10 years. My presentation last year, I advised the board that Swift's been engaged about almost 20 years, which means Jeff's been involved for almost half the life of Swift. And I think that's quite an accomplishment. And he's very active, very engaged, and again, from the entire Swift group, we're going to miss your contributions, Jeff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and members of the board, I am Jason Kuiken, Supervisor for the Stanislaus National Forest, but really here to thank Jeff. So the Tuolumne County Fire Department and the Tuolumne Calaveras Unit of CAL FIRE are critical partners to the forest. And that's not just when there's unplanned fire on the landscape. In the last couple of years, that's also in how to apply fire on our terms with prescribed fire. You were critical in getting those engines onto the ground, and really appreciate that, because by taking those steps, we can better prepare and have better conditions for all unplanned fire in the future. We're going to miss you. I'm considering putting in a petition to cancel all future CAL FIRE retirements for the next 5 years, but that may not work. So wishing you all the best. Thanks for everything that you've done for CAL FIRE, for Tuolumne County, and for the state of California. Thank you. Thank you.
Members of the board, I'm Glenn Gottschall. I'm representing today both Fire Safe Council and TUCARE. Jeff has been, well, first off, Jeff, I hate to see you go. I really do. Jeff, I'm just second everything that's been said, but where I really got to know Jeff, because I did mostly project management in the Fire Safe Council until I got to be president. That's when I really recognized your value. Without these baseline crew workers, we would have not been able to accelerate our program of fuel treatment in the past at least 10 years. His abilities in vegetative management are just legendary. And that baseline CDC crew, to come back to that again, is so important in a community like Tuolumne County. When we did the tree mortality aid program, well, you know, most of it was run by a bunch of old farts like myself, and we were wrestling with this problem of these big old dead logs. How are we going to turn them into snowmen? Gave Jeff a call, and automatically he provided all of the cutting of the rounds for that program, and because of that, we made about $6,000. Jeff, thank you so much. Congratulations and best of wish.
Good morning. I'm Dana Jorgensen. I'm with Senator Andreas Borges, and I have a California Senate resolution for you today, Assistant Chief, and it's by Senator Borges. It is dated today, and it just finishes with, we are honored on the occasion of your well-earned retirement, commended for your superior record of dedicated and highly effective professional public service, and extend sincere gratitude and special public appreciation for the close to 1 million people that we represent in the California Senate. And just want to thank you very much for your service. One of the things I just wanted to say real quick, Chief White and I was kind of trying to extend you out for one more year. We weren't sure when you were going to retire. One of the things that, this is one of the things that I enjoy most in this job is presenting these to people, because most people don't get to necessarily determine when they retire. And when somebody does, that's a really neat thing. But I was like, well, why didn't you just go to December? It's on 9 more months, you know. But I knew you have a lot of responsibility, and I know when it's time, it's time. So congratulations. And you know, the retired annuitant program is a great program, too. So I would encourage you to look into that. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go last year before I ask for a motion. I, too, just have a very, very short story. When I was a newly elected board member, and as you've heard, the rimfire hit. And my experience was just a little bit different. I was on the Tuolumne side, and as a new board member, didn't know a lot of the folks, was still learning the whole CAL FIRE structure, and was at one of the meetings and expressed my extreme frustration with being able to get in and get some answers and understand. And when I say that, I mean get past some of the roadblocks and some of the security pieces that were initiated. And I was expressing this frustration. And Chief Sanders gave me this old, I don't know if he remembers it, but a very dirty Nomex. And he said, "Here, wear this, and you'll get through." And I didn't realize it, put it on, and boy, I was getting through. I was getting everywhere. No problems, but I was getting some really funny looks. And the name on it was White. Never, ever will I forget these things. So with that, I am going to be looking for a motion on a certificate of recognition that reads, upon Assistant Chief Jeff Sanders' retirement from the CAL FIRE Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, Tuolumne Calaveras Unit, and with gratitude for his 31 years of dedication, Chief Sanders has been a model of service, collaboration, and partnership. His commitment and willingness to assist the citizens of Tuolumne County has been unmatched. From his leadership and teamwork to his support during emergencies, Chief Sanders has served with excellence, contributing in significant ways to the goals of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. Chief Sanders is known for his can-do attitude, his proactive communication, his humility, his willingness to assist whenever asked, and his humor. This Board of Supervisors does hereby express our profound appreciation to Assistant Chief Jeff Sanders for his 31 years of service to our community and wishes him continuing success as he moves into the next chapter of his life.
Madam Chair, I'd like to move to approve a certificate of recognizing CAL FIRE Assistant Chief Jeff Sanders upon his retirement. Congratulations, Jeff.
And I'll second.
So I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Wow, thank you very much. Pretty overwhelming. I try to stay behind the scenes, as most of you know, and not come into public spotlight, but I guess you caught me, so thank you for that and just all the kind words. And like I said, I think you hit it best, Supervisor Rutherford. I will miss all the relationships, all the work that's being done, but I'll do something after retirement that will be rewarding as well. So again, just thank you so much for the recognition. It's been a pleasure working on it with this board and this CAO, but past boards, past CAOs. This county is just overwhelms me with your ability to be out in front on topics, the things that have been accomplished, and just some of the things that I've been part of are just unmatched. And just realize that I might be up here getting the award today, and I might say yes in these meetings and volunteer for all sorts of stuff, but it's not always me that's doing the work. A lot of the people behind the scenes, some of them are here today, that accomplish all the things that we talked about today. So again, thank you very much for the recognition. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Presentation of a County Service Award to Eric Hovatter from the District Attorney's Office for 20 years of service.
Good morning, Madam Chairman, members of the board. It is my absolute distinct pleasure to be here today, Laura Krieg, your district attorney, to present this very, very well-deserved recognition. Eric Hovatter began his career as a prosecutor for Ventura County in 1994. He has worked as a prosecutor, dedicating his life to helping victims for 26 years. He completed 30 jury trials while working for Ventura County, and then in 1997 went to Burbank City Attorney's Office, where he worked as a city attorney. While there, he did 52 jury trials over 3 years and accepted then our absolute gain employment with Tuolumne County in 2000. He was originally hired by then District Attorney Nina Dean, who was the first female district attorney for the county. And he has worked for DAs Tim Clancy, Mike Knowles, Donald Segerstrom, and now myself. Eric has completed 326 jury trials over the course of his career, the large majority of those here for the citizens of Tuolumne County. In 2002, he personally took on the entire elder abuse unit for our office. He vertically prosecutes all elder abuse cases unless one of us can pry them from his hands. And he has a special passion after he convicted a caregiver from stealing from a 102-year-old client. Eric has a very special way with the elderly in our community. He goes to their homes, wherever they are, to meet with them, to listen to their stories, and he aggressively prosecutes those who prey upon the elders in our community. Not only is Eric recognized here in our own community, but he is recognized on a statewide level by the California District Attorneys Association. He has taught over the years, many classes for young prosecutors across the state in the area of trial advocacy, jury selection, and numerous other topics. He was actually recognized by the California District Attorneys Association in 2009 for being the Instructor of the Year. He has been married to his beautiful wife, Heidi, for 22 years, and they have raised their children, Kate and Josh, here in our community. Eric really shows a passion for public service, and as does Heidi. And their daughter, Kate, who is in her first year of college, has just enlisted in the Air Force Reserves, following in Heidi's father's footsteps. When I started in the office in 2005, Donald Sagerstrom, who was then our district attorney, took me aside and he said, "I really want you to be a great trial attorney." And I said, "That's why I'm here." And he said, "I want you to shadow Eric Hovater. He is your mentor." And from 2005 on, he has taught me so much about prosecution, trial advocacy, and skills in the courtroom. He was then, when I was first elected in 2014 and sworn in 2015, he made my selection of an assistant district attorney very, very easy. It's not always that we have somebody in our office that we can rely on 100%. And Eric is somebody that I've always been able to rely on 100%. I can leave the office if a family emergency arises, or go on vacation, or go to another county to prosecute a case. And I can leave the office in Eric's hands and not lose 1 ounce of sleep over it. He has led young prosecutors through our office and has taught them immeasurable skills in the courtroom. I know that as the district attorney, he is my right hand, and I would not be able to function in this capacity without him. So I am very, very lucky to have Eric Hovater, but more importantly, the citizens of Tuolumne County are very lucky that we have Eric Hovater in our community advocating for victims every single day. So it is my absolute pleasure to present him with his 20-year service award here today.
Thank you, Laura, for the kind words. Madam Chair, members of the board, CAO Riggs, it's never a good idea to give an attorney even a couple seconds at a microphone. But 20 years is a long time. It's a long time. When we got here, Heidi and I, we didn't have kids. There were only 4 stoplights that I can recall in the whole county. And a lot of things have changed over those 20 years, from having a couple of beautiful kids. But in terms of what we do in our office, criminal justice was different 20 years ago. The public perception of criminal justice was completely different. I feel so lucky doing what I do for 26 years and doing it 20 years for this county, to wake up every day and still feel excited to do my job. My job, our job, which is to protect and defend the citizens of the county of Tuolumne. And if it sounds corny, that's what it is. And it's an incredible responsibility. It's a humbling responsibility 20 years in one job is a great accomplishment. And I think if Ann Fremd were here, you want employees that come and work in your county and stay in your county and invest in your county. And so 20 years is an accomplishment that I think is worth celebrating. But my accomplishment for 20 years is the accomplishment of all the really hardworking people, all the hardworking people that are here in this room and the ones that have passed that wake up every day and do what we do. And the citizens of the county of Tuolumne should be really proud of the people that are here in this room and what they do, because what I do is what they do, and my accomplishment is their accomplishment. So I am very grateful to the citizens of this county for letting me work. I'm proud. I'm humbled. Our job's not getting easier. Our job is getting harder with financial challenges, with public perception challenges, with resource challenges. And yet, because of the great people that are here in this room, I'm ready to face those challenges today as I was 26 years ago when I started. So I'm really proud, but I'm really proud of the people here. Thank you.
So I just want to express our gratitude, my gratitude. 20 years is a tremendously long time to commit to service. Your comments were very, very well said, and it is definitely, the county is much richer with the level of commitment that we have from all of our employees. So thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Eric, really thank you for these 20 years, and most importantly, I thank you for recognizing how important it is to have the people you have working with you. So thank you so much.
I would echo all of that. Again, 20 years is commendable anywhere in the job that you're doing, especially commendable, and obviously all the people that work with you. And it's a very, you said it, protect and defend. So I'll just leave it at that. Thanks so very much.
Yeah, and thank you for being such a strong advocate for justice for the people of Tuolumne County. And 326 trials. I mean, I have a passing knowledge of how much a trial can take out of a person, and that's extraordinary. I mean, there are attorneys who've done, who've had entire careers and have maybe 10. But the thing that I know most about you, and that I think you've been most recognized for, is your advocacy for elder abuse. Well, I should say against elder abuse in our county, and truly thank you for defending and fighting for the people who often can't fight for themselves. And we need that. We need to have somebody standing up for people who would otherwise lack a voice to do it on their own. So, and you've done that exemplary in our county.
They've all said a lot. I'll say something my wife said about you, and she said, that Eric guy, I like him, he's passionate. And I think that is just, I like passionate people. People like passionate people. It means you care, and to go to work every day and bring that passion to your office and with your employees and to your work, that says a lot. So from my wife to you, thank you for your passion, and just keep swimming.
And it looks like do we have a member of the public that would like to?
Dana Jorgensen again with Senator Borges and Assemblyman Bigelow, and I have a California legislative certificate for you on your retirement.
Not retired.
Hang on.
Nope.
No.
We're not letting him
Surprise.
retire.
No.
Well, okay, I was looking on that.
Yeah, no.
Okay, well, I want to say, I'm glad you brought that up because I like your passion, and I had some ideas for you that just spun into my head, and it sounds like you're going down that trail. I'm really happy to hear that. So, this is a certificate of recognition to Eric Vovetter Congratulations on your retirement after 20 years of dedicated service. Your time towards keeping the citizens of Tuolumne County safe and secure. Thank you for your service up to this point. And it says enjoy your retirement. I don't think I'd want you to do that either.
We're not allowing that.
No.
Cross that part out. I'm gonna
Dana, I'm sorry, but he's not
no,
retiring.
I agree. I completely agree. Being in the DA's office, I think, can be extremely isolating, and it's very difficult to quantify what you have done. And I would say that thinking about it, there are probably people that I will go as far as that are living or have not been assaulted because of the work that you've done, but we just can't write it down and give people a list every year. So I guess I would say that effective people in your position are like a really good insurance policy, and we're really glad that we have you. And I'm glad that you're going to be in full force into the future.
Okay, I preach you out.
Okay. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 15?
I'll read it.
Okay, you wanna
Actually,
read it?
and I was wondering, I'm going to read item 15. Presentation of our County Service Award to Alicia Jamar from the Board of Supervisors Office for 20 years of service. No, would you please join Ms. Riggs?
Nice try. So Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office, and I have the great joy today to recognize Alicia Jamar in partnership with the board and our community on 20 years of service to Tuolumne County. I have a little bit of information I'd like to share for those who don't know what type of work Alicia has done since she's come to Tuolumne County. On March 13th, 2000, Alicia started her 20-year tenure with the County of Tuolumne as a Superior Court Clerk. She then began working as an Assistant to County Counsel on March 23, 2001. On March 16, 2003, she took on the task of becoming the acting clerk of the Board of Supervisors. We had a retiring clerk at the time. And on January 23, 2005, she was promoted to the clerk of the board. And this position is one she's held since that time. For those of you who come to these meetings and you watch, if you look back, you will very rarely do you ever not see Alicia sitting at that desk right there, supporting not only the board and staff, but the community. She very rarely misses a meeting, and only when she has missed them has it been due to dire circumstances. She's led the county's effort in Granicus, the online board agenda management system, and shares her knowledge with all the county departments regarding board policy compliance. She is and has been a very active member and leader within the California Clerk of the Boards Association and has awards from them acknowledging her contributions to the organization. She is also a certified clerk of the board. Alicia is, since I've come in the last year, we always say it's a whole new world is our joke in our office because we've just been mixing it up, and your board is especially aware of that. But Alicia has really stepped up and been open and willing to look at what does this new world look like. I'm asking everyone to do things they didn't necessarily do in the past. I'm not one for micromanaging. I expect independence and that they operate at the executive level. And she is just one of the few who have, of our office who have stepped up and done that. So Alicia, I appreciate you and all that you do and the support. The other thing Alicia has been doing, every time we have a new department head, and as your board is aware, we have had several, she takes on the time not only to help educate the department heads on the policies of board meetings and the board memos, but also their staff. And we've had a lot of changes in staff as well. And more recently, we have the peak agenda system that Alicia has taken on, and that has not been an easy feat. We will continue working on that. But with that being said, I am proud to present Alicia with her 20-year plaque, and I would ask your board to join me in that recognition.
I'm not going to say too much. I didn't write a big speech.
Could I say
just
something
kept
first?
Thinking about not crying today.
Could I say something before you get going? Is it all right, Madam Chair? So anyway, I'm obviously been working with Alicia, probably the longest of the board members here. And I go back to when I had the little corner office that Anaya's in right now, with real close proximity to the clerk, and it was really helpful for me. But what's most helpful is early on struggling and trying to get things done and working with the different people and getting a little frustrating. And Alicia told me something that really stuck, and I use it to this day. And it's pretty simple. It's what we do is not about having to work with the people. It's not about the board members and stuff. In order to get something done, we have to know what the procedure is. And that's one thing that Alicia really has taught me early on is here's the procedure. Here's how we can get the government to move. Here's how we can get something done. And I thank you for that, because I think it's really helped me, and I know it's helped the county. Little simple thing. It's about the procedure and understanding that first. So thank you.
Alicia, 7 years and now 2 months working with you. Incredible experience. You know your stuff, and I really appreciate that. I've probably been a little bit thicker skull than John was to pound that stuff into my head, but I think it got there eventually, and I really appreciate you working with me on that. We couldn't do what we do up here without you, and that's the simple truth. And 20 years of service to this county, as we said with Eric's presentation, that's incredible. And to do it working with the number of supervisors, and we can be difficult, all of us, is incredible. And you've deftly and smoothly handled all the varying personalities that you've had to deal with, and I really appreciate your help to me. Thank you.
So we're just going to go down the dais here because I want to echo what Supervisor Gray said, and I think people think it's by accident that new supervisors have these two offices. And it certainly may not be by design, but it does serve a very important function, because as a new supervisor, it is critical to understand the processes and to understand there is a very steep learning curve. We all come in think we know it. And we find out just how very little we actually do know, and what that learning curve is around some of the procedures and policies that are in place. And so while this is a service award for 20 years, don't plan on retiring anytime soon.
Yeah, thank you so much for just being there and making us look like we know what we're doing. I always yell out my office questions at Alicia, and she's always able to get me an answer or find out where it is. And we wouldn't be able to do our jobs without you. I mean, that's just the honest truth. And in a larger sense, I think about, I had kind of a moment like John where I was having some trouble with an issue, and you're always able to, in a very gentle way, kind of say, well, why don't you try doing it a different way? And so I really appreciate the advice and the guidance, also being a new supervisor. But just thinking about your position and the fact that, board members come and go, but there's always a clerk of the board, and you are kind of our connection to the history of the board, and you keep the process consistent so that things don't change depending on who the board is. The process is the same. People have, it's imperfect, but people will have an equal opportunity to address the board and to address their government. And a lot of that comes through you. There's so much that you do. Going down the line would take all day, but those are the things that really come to my mind is just you are our connection to boards past and our history. Recording what goes on here is very important. So thank you for all that you do, and keep doing it.
Yeah, I remember after I got elected, I came in and we were talking, and you said, "I'm not your mother," and I thought, I like this lady, and I think I've called you mom a few times. But thank you for your honesty. I like it when you seem like you're rubbing people the wrong way, but you're just being honest and you're there to help. And I appreciate that. And like Ryan said, you kind of connect the dots between the past board members and us. And there's a procedure. I am thick-headed like Carl, probably. And
More
sometimes
so.
I don't like procedures, but it is a way to get things done. There's some other things we can use too, but I appreciate that. And so I hope you live long and have a great future, however many years you have left with the county. So thank you, Alicia.
Thank you. So can I talk now?
Yes.
So I didn't write a big speech. I thought about it, and I just trying not to cry and lose it. But yeah, it's been a ride. It really has. And I was waiting for Mr. Jorgensen to come up with a retirement resolution too. But I guess it's okay. Do you have one? But yeah, it's been a pleasure serving the board. It really, really has. And it's never a dull moment. There's always something new every single day. And I've really enjoyed my job, and I love it. So thank you so much.
All right. Any other comments from the public?
I have one comment. Oh, she's going to hate this.
I almost didn't invite her.
I'm Alicia's mom, and what I'm relating to is your comment about I'm not your mom. When Alicia first started with the county and was replacing Edna, as I remember, Alicia says very little about what goes on in her job. Very little. But when she first started, she said, Edna opens the doors, unlocks the offices for the supervisors. I said, oh, really? Do you do that? Oh, no, I show them where the key is. I'm very proud of her. She's, and she, too, that's how she treats me. Not treats me, but guides me, I should say. She's still teaching me things, but I'm kind of a slow learner. I'm very proud of you, Alicia. Thank you.
All right.
Are you? Is it a retirement?
Yes, I guess this is a retirement. But I think, again, Dana Jorgensen, Assemblyman Bigelow, Senator Borges, I think you should open up a Jamar and Associates consultancy to boards of supervisors. I've always worked for the state. I've never worked at a county, but I've been around enough counties that I sense it's kind of a different animal, and it is a learned skill to how to get things done. And the people that are the most effective in government and all levels of government are the people that know the rules. So I think you know the rules, so you've been a very valuable employee. This is a legislative certificate to Alicia. Congratulations on your retirement after 20 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Tuolumne County and to the Board of Supervisors. As past county supervisors, we can attest to the important work county employees perform to help deliver vital services to the public. Thank you for your service and enjoy your retirement. Presented today, Assemblymember Bigelow and Senator Borges.
You're not going anywhere.
Exactly. For anybody that just may be tuning in, Alicia is not retiring.
I guess I should look at those agendas.
Well, Alicia, could you print in bold on the things that he has to bring stuff for?
Okay, I'll send you as much as
Okay. With that, let's take a 15-minute recess.
District for the purpose of purchasing of mobile and handheld radios, accepting unanticipated revenue in the amount of $10,000 from the California Fire Foundation fire grant for the purpose of creating a fire resistance demonstration grant, increasing appropriations the amount State California Climate Investment Grant line item and special department expenses grant line items. Approving correspondence to the United States Fish and Wildlife regarding the proposal to list the Sierra Nevada distinct population segment of the Sierra Nevada red fox as an endangered species under the Endangered Species Act. Approving the license and release agreement with the State Judicial Council for the limited access to the county's property related to the construction of the new Tuolumne County Courthouse project. Approving the assignment of a contract from Columbia Saloon Holdings to Howard Rogers for the Standard Park concessions. Adopting a resolution authorizing the Recreation Department to access state and federal level criminal history information. Approving the appointment of Brianna Carter as a public agency representative to the local Child Care and Development Planning Council. And approving the reappointment of Matt Netting as the Tuolumne County Planning Commissioner representative to the Agriculture Advisory Committee.
Would any member like to pull an item?
Madam Chairman, I would like to pull item 5 for further discussion.
Okay. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar minus item 5? All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back for action.
Move to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 5?
Consideration of approving correspondence to the United States Fish and Wildlife Services regarding the proposal to list the Sierra Nevada distinct population segment of the Sierra Nevada red fox on the endangered species under the Endangered Species Act.
All right, staff report.
Hello, I'm Natalie Rizzi, Land Use Coordinator. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is proposing to list the Sierra Nevada distinct population of the Sierra Nevada red fox as an endangered species under the Endangered Species Act. The Sierra Nevada red fox is a small subspecies of the red fox that is specifically adapted to its subalpine habitat. They utilize a variety of habitats at high elevations, including alpine and barren areas, subalpine forests, red fir forests, lodgepole pine forest, mixed conifer forest, and meadows. Today, the Sierra Nevada red fox only occurs in 2 areas, California's Sierra Nevada near Yosemite National Park and the southern Cascade Range of Oregon and California. The population near Sonora Pass was not identified until 2010. It is possible that there are additional undetected populations within the area. Genetic analysis indicate that the red foxes living near Sonora Pass are descendants of the Sierra Nevada red fox population that historically resided in the area. The Sonora Pass population is the only known remnant of this larger historic population. The population is comprised of between 10 to 50 foxes. This low number, combined with threats, prompted the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to list the population as endangered. The Sierra Nevada distinct population is at risk of extinction due to impacts associated with small population size, including inbreeding, hybridization with non-native red fox, and possibly reduced prey ability and competition with coyotes resulting from reduced snowpack levels. When a species is listed as a threatened or endangered under the Federal Endangered Species Act, conservation benefits include but are not limited to protection from being jeopardized by federal activities, protection of critical habitat being destroyed or adversely modified, restrictions on take and trade, and a requirement that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife develop and implement recovery plans for listed species under U.S. jurisdiction. Listing the species would potentially have impacts on recreational uses on U.S. Forest Service land in areas known to support viable habitat. This item was considered by the Natural Resource Committee on February 11, 2020. The Natural Resource Committee directed staff to draft a response letter that indicated there was not enough information and urged the Fish and Wildlife Service to conduct additional study. The Natural Resource Committee has concerns of the unintended consequences that would arise from listing the population. They agreed that they would like more information about the implications of listing the species. The committee wanted more information as to why these species is threatened. The Natural Resource Committee also identified that the Sierra Nevada red fox is very elusive, so it is possible that there are more populations that have not been identified. It is recommended that your board sign and approve correspondence to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regarding listing the Sierra Nevada distinct population of the Sierra Nevada red fox as an endangered species under the Endangered Species Act. Do we have any questions?
Supervisor Campbell.
Yeah, I pulled this item not to labor the point, but to ensure that the public and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service better understand where we're coming from with this. To me, the recommendation of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service seems appropriate given the information that's been provided. However, I do support the judgment of the Natural Resources Committee. But I'd like to discuss adding in language that specifically targets what we're looking for in terms of more information. Chiefly, the two things that kind of come to mind is genetically, whether it's or not this is a genetically viable population. In the letter we say that we're looking for more information, but we don't particularly expand on that very much, and so that's one area I'd like to expand on. And then the other is that whether this is the preferred habitat of this species and what kind of impacts would that have. So that's kind of the overall idea that I was getting at to this, and I don't know if it's possible to amend the letter to include those things. I'd support it.
Yeah, I'd also like to add a phrase on. I think you talked about whether it's a viable population group or not, but also you had alluded to the fact that it's a very elusive species, and wrapped in that assessment, I would like to have them further study how big a population group it really is. To me, an estimate of 10 to 50,
Big guess.
that's a big range for such a small number, okay? I think that if we're going to justify the land use restrictions that are inevitable with such a listing, that I think that they ought to have a better idea of what the population is.
And actually, I'm going to add one more to that, and that we should be requesting that they also look at an economic analysis of the associated multiple use benefits. Specifically, I'd call out the Pacific Crest Trail, which is a very, very popular recreation trail, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, cuts through what the proposed habitat area might be. So, and I think, again, when they look at these listings, they are supposed to provide some kind of an analysis on what the implication or impacts would be to the other multiple uses that may be operating and have a mitigation piece associated with it. So I think it'd be fair to call that out also.
I'm okay with those changes.
Okay.
And I would be okay with the chair approving those, authorizing the chair to approve the changes, so it doesn't have to come back to the board.
And just not just the Pacific Crest Trail, but snowmobiling, all the recreation.
All of it. Yep. I want to be clear on all of the multiple uses.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, the only reason I raised the issue is that there's a danger that I just don't want to eliminate any perception that these kind of things are, we disagree with them out of hand. Because like I said, based on the information that's available, I think that the recommendation from the Fish and Wildlife is appropriate. But there's obviously a desire from the county to have more information. And so if we explicitly state what that information is, I think that would be more helpful for our point. And I agree with everything that's been stated here. So.
All right, is there any public comment? Saying none, I'll bring it back.
Move on staff recommendation as amended by the various comments of the board, and bring back a final version for the chair to approve.
I'll second.
Motion from Supervisor Rotifer, second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Would the clerk please read item 16?
This is consideration of approving appointment/reappointment of 3 at-large members to the Tuolumne County Planning Committee.
Quincy.
Good morning, Madam Chair, fellow supervisors. Quincy Yaley, Director of the Community Development Department. The item before you today is to reappoint and or fill some positions on our Board of Supervisors Planning Committee. There are applications included in your packet, as well as one late addition that we received yesterday that was emailed to you and made available. Before you discuss the appointments, I do just want to remind you that your board approved a work plan for this committee earlier this year. Some of the critical items that this committee will be addressing in 2020 is vehicle miles traveled, specifically with respect to setting thresholds of significance under the California Environmental Quality Act. Title 17 zoning code updates. So this is looking at amending our zoning code with respect to approved, conditional, and permit processes with respect to land uses. They are going to be looking at streamlining approving housing projects here in the county, as well as looking at and providing input on the county's climate action plan. So it will be a robust year of meetings with a lot of important items that will come before them. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them about the work plan.
All right, open it up for questions. Is there any public comment?
Yes, I do. I didn't see the latest application that you were emailed, so I don't know who that's from. But I believe you all heard from me prior to this meeting. So once again, I have always objected to someone who is so closely tied with the state of Jefferson to be on any policy planning committees of this county from someone who has obviously sought to secede from the state. That does not speak for me as a member of the public. And one of the things that I hear from you is that we don't have enough people who apply. We can't find enough people to be on these committees. Well, there are people that apply for the committees, and when they do, you ignore them. And you ignore them in favor of appointing your buddies. And I've been sitting here now for several years watching you appoint your buddies to many of these committees. And you appoint them not only to one, but also to several different committees. So we have the same people on many policy planning committees. And at the last meeting, I publicly addressed in an anonymous way the behavior of one of these multiple appointees. So I object to reappointing 3 people who have been on there and, in my opinion, haven't done much but just talk about stuff, and ignoring the people who are stepping up now and seeking an appointment. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All right, I'm going to bring it back for...
Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion on part of the appointments, and then I'm going to let someone else make a motion. I think that Mark Banks has been on the committee for a long time. The committee, just to be clear, this committee, to my knowledge, did not meet at all last year. If it did, it was once. This committee has been fairly inactive, but as staff has pointed out, we're about to get really active. Mark represents the building industry, and I think that's very important for the kinds of activities that we're going to have. So I'm going to move to appoint Mark Banks. I'm also going to move to appoint Jeff Redouty, who represents the business community very, very well. He has not been on this committee before, and I think the business community needs to be represented in the work plan effort that we're about to do. So my motion is to appoint Mark Banks and Jeff Redouty, and I'll leave the third member up to someone else to move.
Madam Chair, I'd like to second that motion for the same reasons. Last year we were not real active, but the previous year when we were doing general plan, we spent a lot of time, and I believe that Mr. Banks was very helpful through that process, bringing the building industry's views to the table, and Mr. Redouty, as a leader of a good business here in Tuolumne County, and his background, I think would bring something to the table. So that's my second.
Madam Chairman, I'd make an alternate motion. My reasoning, I move that we maintain the board as it is, with Mark Banks as an at-large member, Marvin Keschner and James Smith as alternate members. And my reasoning is that, as was stated, there hasn't been a lot of activity with this committee. These people submitted applications and signed up to do this and haven't had the opportunity to serve on this committee thus far. And so I'd like to give them the opportunity to do that before we look at changing the membership.
Okay, so I guess it's my turn.
Hang on.
Oh.
I have an alternate motion on the table. I want to know if there's a second. If there's not, then it will fail. Is there a second? All right, seeing no second, the alternate motion fails. So
Okay, Madam Chairwoman, I would make another alternate motion that we adopt that the third position would be held by James Schmidt, who is...
What I would like to do is handle the third position as a second motion.
As a second motion, I would move that the remaining at-large member be James Schmidt, who is currently serving as on the committee.
You can only have one motion on the floor at a time.
So, yes, point of order. I want to consider the motion that is currently on the board by Supervisor Rotifer and Gray for the appointment of Mr. Banks and Mr. Redouty. Is there any other conversation on that motion? Mr. Kirk?
Okay, so then I would move for Banks for the reasons listed, Jeff Redouty for the reasons listed, and I guess my third...
I'm not looking for a third at this
Okay.
time. We're voting just on Mr. Banks and Mr. Redouty as two of the appointees.
Right.
Seeing no other conversation. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Now I would like to consider a motion for the third appointment.
So, Madam Chairwoman, I would make the third appointment be James Schmidt, who is currently on the committee. He is a GIS expert who's very well recognized within the state for his work, and I think would bring a really important community voice to the committee. And as I stated before, he's already on the committee, so I think it would be appropriate to give him an opportunity to actually serve, since he had submitted his application and was approved in the past by this board.
I'll second the motion.
All right. Motion for Mr. Schmidt to be the third member.
I was going to throw an alternate out there. I was going to recommend Suzanne Cruz. However, not a hill I'm going to die on, so whatever this board chooses moving forward, I'm fine with.
All right. And I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. So we have our planning committee in place. Go forward and do good things.
Yep.
Will the clerk please read item 17?
This is consideration of approving correspondence to the State Water Resource Control Board regarding the draft water quality certification amendment related to the Pinecrest Lake levels.
Pacific Gas and Electric, or PG&E, has filed a request with the State Water Resources Control Board to modify the Labor Day minimum lake level requirement for Pinecrest Lake. This requirement is a condition of the certification issued by the State Water Board for the Spring Gap Stanislaus Hydroelectric Project, which is a requirement for PG&E to use water to generate power. In September 2008, the original certification was issued, which required a lake level minimum of 5,610 feet at Labor Day. The Tuolumne Utilities District, or TUD, along with PG&E, filed a petition to reconsider this minimum lake level as they felt this level was too restrictive. On June 16, 2009, the State Water Board amended the minimum Labor Day lake level to 5,608 feet. This amendment also allowed for PG&E to request lower lake levels if they completed a lake level study to analyze varying lake levels and the impact on recreation. Since 2009, PG&E has conducted numerous studies which would support lower lake levels. The currently proposed amendment to the Labor Day lake minimum is based on an adaptive approach which allows for flexibility in the minimum lake level at Labor Day based on a number of factors, including when the end of spill occurs. The end of spill is defined as the date that Pinecrest falls below 5,617 feet and the reservoir begins to draw down. This amendment requires PG&E to submit data each year before implementing lower lake levels. The amendment also requires PG&E to submit and implement a Pinecrest Lake plan to address potential impacts to recreation. This amendment would allow for increased capacity for TUD and would allow more reliability in their water supply, especially during dry years. The amendment, as proposed, would specifically support Implementation Program 14.AB of the Tuolumne General Plan, which directs the county to support the efforts of TUD to secure modified lake levels at Pinecrest. This amendment also addresses potential impacts to recreation at Pinecrest and would require improvements be made to the lake and surrounding beach to allow for better recreational opportunities. This item was heard by the Natural Resource Committee on February 11, 2020. The committee directed staff to draft a response letter that would support TUD and the request to modify the lower Labor Day lake levels based on the current proposal. Staff has prepared a draft response letter which was sent out to you. TUD has since provided comments and proposed revisions to the letter. These revisions were emailed to you, as well as there are additional copies in the back of the room. Your board may vote to approve the first draft of the response letter prepared by staff, or your board may vote to direct staff to incorporate TUD's revisions into the response letter before sending it out and authorize the chair to sign. Comments are due to the State Water Resources Control Board by Friday, March 13th, 2020. Are there any questions?
I have one.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Does staff have any concerns with the TUD recommended changes?
Excuse me. We don't have any concerns. I just feel it clarifies the county's position that was established by the Natural Resources Committee.
Okay.
Any other board questions? All right, I'm looking for public comment.
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to comment today. I will say your meetings are very lively, and I should be here more often to enjoy all the happenings in Tuolumne County. So thank you for your service. My name is Ed Pattison. I am the General Manager for Tuolumne Utilities District, and I've been at the helm for over a year now. And I will say it has been an extremely busy year. There's a lot of activity going on in the county, but also Tuolumne Utilities District. Chief among those is really working on water supply reliability issues and implementing water use efficiency. Those are very important to our community, and we take that seriously about making sure we have health and safety and water supply reliability for generations to come. And so we have a long list of projects. I won't bore you with the details, but I will say chief among some of those priorities has been the Pinecrest Lake level issue. It has been around for about 11 years. And so this is one of the projects I've inherited frequently. When we come into new positions, we inherit projects and contracts that are challenging. This one ranks up with some of the more challenging. TUD recognizes the sensitivity of this issue for the community because we are looking to balance water supply reliability with recreation. Pinecrest is a jewel of a lake. We know attendance is great up there, and it is a beautiful area to recreate. We do not want to take away from that. But what we do want to ensure we all are here to agree to is that water supply reliability and health and safety of our community is premier and foremost, because without water we have nothing. Just so everyone knows, if some people don't know where our water comes from, I just want to be crystal clear. For Tuolumne County, for over a century, we've been receiving our water from the South Fork Stanislaus River. And Pinecrest Lake and Lyons Reservoir are the two storage reservoirs on the South Fork Stanislaus. Unfortunately, they're very small. They're smaller than the size of the watershed. So even in dry years, like we're experiencing this year, it looks like we're still going to get full reservoirs. The question is, when do we reach end of spill? And I'm going to touch on that in a moment. Before I continue, though, I do want to let your board know that I did bring some of TUD's staff with me. I want to recognize them. I have Glenn Nunnally, registered engineer. He's been working on this and many issues on the watershed for over 10 years. If you ever want to know anything about the watershed, he's the man to talk to. And I've been a hydrologist for many decades, and I'm still learning from Glenn. So the guy really knows what he's doing. And then I also brought Lisa Westbrook, our public relations staff person, and just by chance is another agenda item. So Michaela's in the crowd here too. She'll be interested to hear what you have to say about PSPS and generation, which is an important issue for our county. So our water supply comes from direct diversions from the South Fork Stanislaus when they're available. And then, as I mentioned, when end of spill occurs, which is typically from May and as late as July. Last winter was a great wet winter. And I think, Glenn, was it, I got so much data in my head. It was almost August 1st or July 1st?
Close to August.
It was close to August for end of spill. And that's incredible. That was a very wet year. What that means is that pretty much we're just diverting your water supply from the natural flow of the river system, which is great. And then we don't have to rely on storage from the reservoirs. So this draft state water board proposal that you have in your packet today really represents a collaborative, adaptive management approach to managing water supply and recreation from Pinecrest Lake. It has been the water storage lake for this county for over a century, as I mentioned. In 2009, it was the first time that a 401 certification was used in the FERC licensing process that established this lake level. And what we are asking your board to do here today is to support TUD in its effort, which ranked high in our strategic planning process earlier last year, to help ensure reliability during dry years. We believe it's a collaborative approach, that is adaptive management. And I want to ensure, because I was talking to our forest supervisor who's still here, and I was talking during the break, the goal is to keep Pinecrest Lake as high as it possibly can. The target's still going to be 5610, which is still really the lake level requirement. There's a variance that can be requested by TUD through PG&E to get to 5608. But we still believe, even at 5608, it's too high. And the reason is, during the last 4-year drought, the lake level dropped below 5608, and TUD did not even divert one drop of water from the lake. It basically banned TUD from any usage of its water supply that this county historically relies on. And what resulted, in my mind, having managed cities and utilities now for a couple of decades, was draconian conservation of up to 50%. And that's not appropriate. It's not health and safety. And we're seeking relief from that. And as I mentioned, it's been going on for over 11 years.
Yeah, so just to put an accurate picture in people's minds, prior to the 5610 lake level restriction being imposed by the FERC relicensing, how many years had that lake gone below 5606?
It's a good question.
Every year.
Supervisor Rotifer, yes. But in talk with our forest supervisor, I did want to point out, I do have a lot of hydrology here. Glenn's an expert at it, and I don't have it as a handout. If you'd like, we can always give you more information later to follow up with. But 21 out of the 45 years between 1954 and 2018, 21 out of those 45 years, Pinecrest Lake dropped below 5608. Okay, so 21 out of the 45 years. So out of the last half a century, it dropped below 5608. 6 out of the last 10 years, Pinecrest was held to 5610 or higher at Labor Day. Okay, 6 out of the last 10 years. And I may remind you, or I will remind you, that this last drought, last 4-year drought that we experienced was the worst this century. And so despite that, 6 out of the last 10 years, Pinecrest Lake was held to 5610 or higher at Labor Day. 3 of the last 10 years, Pinecrest dropped between 5608 and 5610. And 1 of the last 10 years, Pinecrest dropped to 5607 in 2016, which according to Glenn was a normal wet year. So I bring up that hydrology just to point out that for the most part, dropping to lower lake levels is a fairly rare event. And again, TUD's target is always going to be 5610 because we recognize the importance of recreation. It's important for Tuolumne County, and it attracts a lot of visitors. But I do want to emphasize that TUD does not cause those lower lake levels. It's more of a climatic variation. There's in-stream flow requirements. There's evaporation seepage losses. And as I mentioned during the last drought, the Pinecrest Lake dropped below 5608. TUD didn't cause that drop. We never even diverted a drop. And it caused draconian conservation measures. And according to our finance department, TUD endured a $2 million rate revenue impact, which for a small to medium-sized utility that serves the most of the county, that annual rate revenue impact created a year-over-year impact that was very difficult for TUD to rebound from. So there's not only the county economic impacts to those draconian conservation measures, but the rate revenue impact to TUD as well. The State Water Board issued a CEQA document in 2015 called the Initial Study Mitigated Neg Deck. In that study, State Water Board identified that there was really no impact down to an elevation of 5,600. The current draft proposal before your board requesting a letter of support is for 5,602 from TUD based on its record, but the draft proposal from the State Water Board is 5,603. Their own CEQA document references 5,600 with mitigatable impacts to recreation at Pinecrest Lake. So I'm here to point out that TUD is requesting your board support. TUD consistently and is really active in diversifying water supplies, diversifying points of diversion, and water use efficiencies. We don't want to have to rely on Pinecrest Lake alone, but doing adaptive management, looking for other sources of water is a very expensive multi-decadal process. and we are embarking on that journey, and we appreciate the county's collaborative support. But the Pinecrest Lake is one of our priorities and has been going on for 11 years. In 2015, for the ISMND, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors did provide a letter of support on behalf of TUD to the state at that time. So with those comments, I want to keep them brief. It's a pretty complicated issue. We can always follow up with any questions you may have. But TUD did get a chance to review your letter. We thought there were some clarifications because it is somewhat of a complicated issue, and we hope your board unanimously supports this letter with the revisions as submitted. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for that explanation. I do see our Forest Service friends in the back. I did have an opportunity to chat, actually, with Ms. Martinez briefly on this, and acknowledging that recreation is incredibly important up there, but as well as the stability of water in Tuolumne County. And I was interested in, actually, because I don't want to get this wrong, Ms. Martinez, could you come up? I had a question. You said something that was really important, which is collaborate, because I think that's going to be critical when we're looking at what PG&E may do. So as I understood it, there are two. So you operate under a different plan, and your targets are different, and you shared one instance where you took the lake level to, I think, 5614 by July 4th or something.
Sure, let me address that, Madam Chair. Good morning. Is it still morning? Board. Beth Martinez, Deputy Forest Supervisor for the Stanislaus National Forest. Mr. Patterson is definitely right. This is the most complex license that we have. We operate on the Forest Service side under a number of 4E conditions, which were conditions that were collaboratively set through the FERC relicensing process. There's also the 401 certification conditions. Complex license, the licensee, PG&E, I don't know how they do it at times, but you turn one knob in this license and it has potential to affect other things. And so the specific 4E condition that the chair is speaking to is a requirement in a 4E condition to drop the lake level, depending on end of spill, from 5617 to 5615, depending on whether end of spill is before July 1st or after. And the intent with that when it was written, and again, this goes back many years ago, was to drop the lake before 4th of July, so many of the facilities that are at the lake, picnic tables, et cetera, are usable. So we've gained beach space, if you will. One of the requirements under the license, under the Recreation Settlement Agreement, required PG&E to do some improvements in our day use area. And so when those improvements were made, the improvements were relocated on the other side of the paved pathway further away from the lake. So we no longer need that quick release or drop of 2 feet in order to enjoy those facilities. So that's just one example. And again, very complex. It's just something I saw as we were working to respond on our side to the current draft cert. It's, maybe there's an opportunity to relook at that 4E condition, leave more water in the lake early on so that there is more potential to draw down. So it's just an example of how complex this is, and how turning a knob here, there may be some other opportunities because we are 11 years into the license. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. And I wanted to highlight the point that with these two pieces, there really seems to be an opportunity where we should be coordinating, especially where we can find some opportunity, because, this says that we recognize the importance of recreation. Recreation is very, very important up there, but it does not trump what we're talking about with this specific issue. Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, I think your statements also point to the fact that what's good for recreation is not a unitary thing, okay? The people that like to do boating on the lake like a high lake level. The people that like to lay on the beach and use the picnic tables and all of that like a lower lake level. So there's competing recreational interests on that lake, and that's one of the things that came out early on. For those that don't have long-term memories, we've been fighting this battle. I've been fighting this battle since I came on the board. One of the first things we did in 2013 was form a water policy committee to try and help TUD coordinate with TUD on the issues, water issues that they were facing, and that really went into high gear during the drought. And having been the chairman of that committee now for the entire time that it's existed, I think it's been very important work. And some of these, you've got different points of view, and I think that this current proposal that we're trying to support from PG&E and TUD, I think is a good middle-of-the-road proposal that addresses all of the concerns with a flexible approach based on what the consumptive needs are for that water year of the population in Tuolumne County, that both aspects of the recreation, there's probably maybe multiple aspects of recreation on Pinecrest, and it's good for our citizens, it's good for the visitors that we get, and I also agree with Chairwoman Brennan that we are working better right now today between TUD and the county and the Forest Service than we have ever worked in my tenure. And I think it's important that we not just continue that, but continue to improve how we work together. So thank you for coming. TUD, thank you for coming. And I'll be glad to make a motion when it's time.
Okay. Thank you. And actually just want to reiterate that where we can find opportunity to increase capacity, I think that's ultimately what we're
looking for.
All going to be.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Any other public comment? Seeing none, I'm going to bring this back to the board.
Madam Chairwoman, I move on staff recommendation with inclusion of the TUD recommended comments to our letter.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Will the clerk please read item 18?
Consideration of approving correspondence to the Council on Environmental Quality regarding the proposed changes to the National Environmental Policy Act.
The National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA, which was signed into law on January 1st, 1970, requires federal agencies to consider the environmental effects of proposed federal actions. The Council on Environmental Quality has not comprehensively updated its NEPA implementing regulations since 1978. Since that time, the NEPA process has become increasingly complex and time-consuming. The Council on Environmental Quality is proposing to update its implementing regulations for NEPA. The proposed rule changes aim to modernize and clarify the regulations and facilitate more efficient, effective, and timely NEPA review processes. Some of the key elements of the proposed rule changes include requiring joint schedules in a single record of decision when appropriate for decisions involving multiple agencies, to require earlier solicitation of input from the public and other stakeholder groups, and to provide for opportunity for local governments to improve the quality of information analyzed earlier in the stages of the NEPA process. The intent of the proposed rule changes is to make the NEPA process more streamlined and efficient. In Tuolumne County, 77% of land is managed or owned by public entities, including the U.S. Forest Service. Therefore, the NEPA process and regulations greatly impact land within Tuolumne County. The NEPA regulations impact decisions related to recreation, tourism, timber harvesting, and fuel and fire hazard reduction. Therefore, it is critical to find solutions to streamline and reform the NEPA process. The proposed rule changes were considered by the Natural Resource Committee on February 11, 2020. The Natural Resource Committee agreed that reform is needed to streamline and simplify the NEPA process. The Natural Resource Committee directed staff to draft a response letter to the proposed NEPA rule changes. Staff has prepared a draft letter responding to the Council on Environmental Quality on the proposed changes to the NEPA implementing regulations. Staff has made some revisions since the first draft was sent out to your board, which have been sent to you. Your board may vote to approve the revised response letter as currently proposed, or your board may vote to send the item back to staff to continue working on the response letter based on discussions and direction provided today, and to authorize the chair to sign the response letter. The comments are due to the Council on Environmental Quality by March 10, 2020. Do we have any questions?
So I'm going to start this conversation off. And actually, I'm going to thank Natalie. She has stepped up to support the Natural Resource Committee. And her first assignment, I don't think, could have been more complicated than to prepare a set of comments based around the NEPA regulation, which, as was pointed out, is decades old. I think the second draft is getting closer to what the intention of our board has stated through our priorities and in numerous other correspondence that we've had. My concern is that there's still a few pieces that are not have not been clearly articulated, and I just want to. I'm going to read this one piece, and this just came to me last night from 4 counties that are part of NACO. One of those counties is Modoc County here in California, and Sean Curtis did forward this to me. And real quickly, it just says, importantly, the intent of Congress was not to eliminate the need to productively use the natural resources and provide for human needs. Unintended consequences of the current, but that is an unintended consequence of the current regulations. But rather it was to ensure that when these uses are proposed, an examination of the beneficial and adverse impacts on the national environment would be considered. And then in quotes, it quotes the Act as the purposes of the Act are to declare a national policy which will encourage productive and enjoyable harmony between man and his environment, to promote efforts which will prevent or eliminate damage to the environment and stimulate the health and welfare of man, to enrich the understanding of the ecological systems and natural resources important to the nation. And so I want to hear everyone's input on this, but I think that I would like to direct, I'm hoping that we will agree to direct myself and County Council, who has been working on this over the last 24 hours, and CRA give us an opportunity to provide a little bit more background information that really would give us more comments that are a little bit deeper and I think would be more meaningful to the process. Most specifically, when we look at NEPA, and we have made huge headway, I'm going to say, with the processes that are involved around some of the fire management pieces, but that really is critical when we talk about health and welfare and the ability for the agency to be able to get some of the programs and pieces put into place. Again, I know that they have certain CE authorities that they've been able to utilize, but I think there have been opportunities where I've heard projects come up that haven't qualified under those CE authorities. We have some existing uses that are currently permitted, and to just reauthorize those permits can be challenging for the agency. And so while we want them to be able to do their work and have that work stand up in a court of law, which we all know is the outcome of incomplete work, we want to give them the tools that are necessary so that they can actually find ways to do it in efficient and not having to produce 2 or 3 volumes of information that are difficult to get through in any timely comment period that is allotted and provides bedtime reading for months on end. So with that, that would be what I would hope that this board would consider.
So we have a March 10th deadline. Can
Yes.
we get that all done by March 10th?
I believe.
Well, I'm looking out here at the staff.
Well, with the current direction that we have from County Council shaking her head, and she's been very helpful in assisting with some of the pieces that would be beneficial and provide more meaning and context to our remarks.
Okay, I'd be in favor of taking that line.
So if I understand it right, Madam Chairwoman would be taking on the task to work with staff, CDD staff and County Council to flesh out the language in our response and the chair to sign. Is that the idea?
That would be my
Okay.
thought. Based on the draft that you have before you, just adding some additional language that would provide some additional context.
Okay. Public comment?
I'm going to ask if there's any public comment at this time. Okay, seeing none, then I'm going to bring it back for a motion.
Well, as the other member of the Natural Resources Committee, I'll move on Chairwoman's recommendation.
Second.
The motion from Supervisor Rotifer, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, ladies. Okay, I think we can do item 19.
This is a presentation of the County of Tuolumne's Roadside Vegetation Management Program and Control Agreement.
Good morning. Kim McFarland, Director of Public Works. I'm just here to give you a bit of an update on the county's roadside vegetation management program and the opt-out option. So, part of the county's road maintenance program and vegetation control is taking place on the roadsides right now. We've been doing this for a couple of weeks and we'll be going at it for about another week. We do this with a chemical weed control because it's been deemed more effective and safer than the manual control measures, which is mowing. The main goal for this activity is really to maintain a safe sight distance for pedestrians, drivers, and cyclists, as well as improving our drainage and maintaining structural integrity of the roadway. But of course, there's added benefits of reducing fire risk and preventing the spread of invasive weeds. There are times, though, when local property owners have asked to opt out of this spray program where their property fronts the roadside, the right-of-way. And we have accommodated that informally, but now we have an agreement in place that we want people to submit. This is included in your board package, by the way, the actual agreement. It is a control no spray agreement, and it ensures that if the property owner is not going to participate in this program, that they will maintain the vegetation themselves. If they don't, we do reserve the right then to go back and take care of the vegetation, and that could include chemical spraying. These forms are available on the website. They're also available at our county office, the Public Works office at 48 Yaney Avenue on the 3rd floor. And at that time, staff will also show what is appropriate signage. We've had some of the spray crews tell us that people have put up little garden stakes with crayon written on it. That's not appropriate. They have to be able to see it from the road. So usually about 3 feet and clearly marking the no spray zone from start to finish. We are using people. Oh, go ahead. Can I ask? Sure.
Can I ask a question about that?
Of course.
Do we have signs that are appropriate that we can provide them, or is it up to them to
Yeah.
do the signs?
It's up to the landowner to provide the signs. We don't have any.
Okay.
But we can give a prototype and show them what they are expected to put up. One of the questions that we've been asked on social media is, do we use Roundup? And we have in the past, but we don't currently. So we use a pre-emergent, I believe the proprietary name is Lockdown SC, and the active ingredient in that is a mouthful. It's flumioxazin. I've probably butchered that. And we also have a contact killer called Cheetah by the same manufacturer, and that active ingredient is glucosinate, in case anyone's interested.
Do you know if that's the same pre-emergent that Caltrans uses?
I don't, but we could find out.
I was curious.
And if a property owner doesn't want it sprayed, is that going to include both sides of the road, or only specifically their side?
Only the side that would be fronting their property.
Okay.
And is this policy in place in any other similar counties with use of the similar types of defoliants?
I know that we have used Mariposa's agreement as a template, so other than that, I'm not sure.
Okay. So we're not reinventing the wheel, in other words.
We're not. We copied it pretty closely.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Is there any public comment?
I have one more question. Is there going to be any sort of media outlet are we going to try and connect with the local media before we go live with this, or is this going to be the gist of it?
This is it, but we can put it on our social media. It is available already on our website, and we have been spraying. We've been maintaining sort of an informal agreement with property owners. We have a list, but this now puts some onus on them if they don't maintain the vegetation.
Okay, and then that waiver, I think I saw it in here, but that waiver is good for 1 year. You'd have to do that every single year.
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is an information item only. Thank you very much, Kim.
Yep.
And let's take item 20.
This is consideration of approving an allocation agreement for Medi-Cal Health Enrollment Navigators project and recognizing unanticipated revenue in the amount of $122,445 from the Department of Healthcare Services to implement Medi-Cal Health Navigator Services and increase appropriations in the same amount in the Department of Social Services 2019-2020 budget.
Well, the good news about this presentation, it's about 2 minutes long. So here we go. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. Creo, Ms. Riggs. My name is Rebecca Espino, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Today, we once again are excited to come before your board to announce that the Department of Social Services was successful in receiving over $500,000 through a competitive grant process. The Department of Healthcare Services recognizes navigating through the complex healthcare system is daunting at best. The new funding focuses on conducting outreach to ensure members of our community have access to both subsidized and unsubsidized health care, and to make sure once they receive health care coverage, they keep it. But our work does not end there. The funding also allows the department to partner with members of our healthcare community to create and sustain a resource guide that will be used to connect residents with health care to a healthcare provider. The target population is we're looking to serve about 7,000 county residents that are disabled, aged, homeless, or exiting jail or prison. So in closing, we respectfully recommend your board accept this one-time funding from the Department of Healthcare Services to implement a Medi-Cal Healthcare Navigator program and authorize a Health and Human Services Agency Director to sign all related documents. Thank you.
Move on staff recommendation.
Okay, is there any public comment? All right, seeing none, I have a motion from Supervisor Gray.
Second.
And a second from Supervisor Kirk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Board, I am going to take one more item because I think we have some members that are here specifically for it and want to let them get back. Will the clerk please read item 24?
consideration of allocating $363,083 from the California Office of Emergency Services for the purchase of emergency generators.
Mr. Earhart.
Yes, good morning. Looking for my partner here. Good morning. As a background, in 2019, the budget passed by the state legislature included one-time funding of $75 million to mitigate the impacts of the public safety power shutoffs on state, local, and tribal organizations. $26 million of these funds were dedicated specifically to the counties, and Tuolumne County's allocation of that funds is $364,083. Some of the uses for these grants include generators and generator connections for essential facilities, redundant emergency communications, continuity, contingency plans, risk assessment for critical infrastructure and lifelines, post-event reports and identifying lessons learned and corrective actions, public education materials and supplies, preparedness, and one-time costs associated with identifying and equipping resource centers. There have been 3 public safety power shutoffs events in Tuolumne County to date. Of these, 2 have necessitated moving county departments to either the administrative building or the emergency operations center at Stryker Court so that staff could continue to have access to power and network devices. Some departments that were unable to relocate were, one in particular was animal control due to the fact that we still have to care for those animals as well. Administration and facility staff have been working to receive reviews of estimates and quotes to address the critical need for the backup generators in Tuolumne County. These estimated costs associated with installing generators is identified in the back of your packet as attachment A. These quotes are conservative estimates based on fully powering the buildings. What that means is while the building may house 20 people, if it has the capacity to go up to 40 people, we want to make sure that we can bring additional resources. And if everybody turns the lights on at one time, the generator will sufficiently run all of the systems in there. So this method anticipates that staff will shift from buildings without power and to those with backup generation during the outage. So I will let Jason go over some of the buildings we identified.
Thank you, Jason Terry, County Administrator's Office. So what we did is we looked at the recommendations that your board suggested at the last meeting where we brought this forward and kind of dissected it and did a little bit of analysis along with working with our facilities to get the quotes that you see in attachment A. The San Francisco building was brought up multiple times, not only for its square footage, but also for the fact that it is on our continuity of operation plans. In the event of a natural disaster or something else that knocks this building out, the county seat would then be located in the San Francisco building. Not only that, but it also houses a lot of people in our community development and public works departments, which also have our dispatch for our roads crews and things like that. The main library is our second alternate in the continuity of operations. The benefit of this building, in excess of being a library and public education and being the second alternate, is that often at times this building is utilized in times of extreme heat or cooling as a public place for people to go to. As was mentioned a little bit earlier, the Tuolumne County Animal Shelter, during times of evacuations and which could very well happen during a public safety power shutoff. This building does not have any backup generation, and the complication here is that with all the animals there, you can't just pick up and move, as in some cases with other departments. So they're charged with the care of those animals, and that is a weakness that we have in our system right now. Additionally, the board was very interested in the portable generator option. It's a very nice, flexible option in which we can put in some transfer switches and then move around a portable generator from building to building as the need arose. The complication that did arise as we were looking through the quotes for the purchase of those is that generally was twice the amount to have a portable generator than to install a stationary one. And given the need across the county, across the different buildings where we need generators, it almost seems better, or at least in line with the staff recommendation, that we try and put generators in as many places as possible at this time rather than buying one portable generator that can power one building at a time. We do have some special districts here today, Groveland Community Service District, TUD, and Twainhart CSD, who have all made requests with this funding. There was no allocation to special districts when this funding was allocated, and it was suggested by the state that the CSDs and special districts bring their requests to our county board and also the city as well as part of this process. One thing to note, and it is in your board memo, is that the early budget proposal from the governor this year does allocate some funding, again, for this purpose. It does appear to be a little bit less than last year, $50 million rather than $75 million, but there has been very little detail on who it will be allocated to this year. I know, and some of the special districts may talk to this as well, that there are lobbying efforts at this point for among special districts to try and get a piece of that pot so that they can meet some of the needs that they have as well, whether it's water or sewer or any of their special needs. Just wanted to take a quick moment to point out, and I may have said this in our last meeting, but just a quick thing as far as grant funding coming into the community. After the last PSPS event, PG&E did provide Sierra senior providers $16,000 for their Meals on Wheels program to help towards the purchase of a generator or shifting food and whatnot that they would have to do in those times. And then also ATCA received a grant of $10,000 as well. And I'm sure everybody saw here recently the city received, I think it was over $200,000. I believe that exact number was around 217. So at this time, we've provided three options. And of course, the attachment A does go over all the different not all the different buildings, some of the priority buildings that have been identified throughout the county. It is important to note that a couple of those buildings are not county owned, they are leased. That would be like our sheriff's patrol offices and our IT building, which is why you don't see them within the staff recommendation here today. But the staff recommendation is to purchase a stationary generator at the Ann Francisco building for the reasons stated earlier, and the Tuolumne County Animal Control building. That will run us, we are only working on quotes at this point in time, so we're estimating that will be about $310,000. And then our recommendation is to allocate the remaining approximately $54,000 to the special districts or possibly some smaller generators to fill smaller needs. And then, of course, to authorize the county administrator to sign any grant-related documents that may come up with this money. And at this point in time, I will defer to your board on whether you want to go through questions or maybe special districts.
So board questions, and I've got a question because we did talk about this and you shared with me because I was curious about the cost of a generator for the library, and I think you said it was $118,000.
Correct. As in attachment A, for anybody who's referencing this either online or a hard copy, the lowest cost that we have for a portable generator, which would be 400 amp to 40 volt, 125 kilowatt, was about $100,000.
And is that with all the wiring and the electrical work that would have to be done on the facility itself? Or is that just the purchase of the generator?
That's the electrical components cost, transfer switch, but it doesn't include some of the other miscellaneous parts and labor and
okay. So, but like for the most part, that's out the door.
That should be the bulk of it.
Any other board questions?
Yeah. I have a few questions. First one is, if we have an emergency right now, what is the procedure? Do we go to Stryker Court to set up shop? Or is that only for emergencies? Is that only for OES?
We do have a backup generator on this building. So if you're referring to county seat, That is in this building. Also, this is our primary EOC. So in the event of an emergency, if this building is standing, this is where we'll be.
And this is operational right now. And then one of my second questions, this is kind of just internally, do we have a list of critical workers where if there was power shut off and we needed to operate, the list of staff that we need to do business, do we have that by chance internally?
I know HR is drafting a policy 4 times of this PSPS. I don't know the details on if that has that specific list at this time.
Okay, because one of the ideas is for the Francisco building is to put staff in that building should we need to utilize,
Correct. And in the last events, we had folks in this boardroom, out at Stryker Court EOC, anywhere where we had power and that they could get access to the network, we were bringing them in so that they can continue their operations.
And so if we had a list of those critical workers, what I'm wondering is could that operation take place out of here with the current setup with the generator?
So during the last, we actually had our district attorney's office was in our office. We had public defender who was downstairs. County council had someone, I can't remember, as part of the district attorney's office because we also had victim witness in here. We had some of both Kim and Quincy staff in here. So, and I'm sorry.
No, you had him in my office also.
Yes, so we were utilizing all space in this building. This is the only other building besides the EOC that we have for operations. The point being that in our business continuity plan, if this building were to go out, the Francisco building is what we have listed would be the secondary place of normal business. The EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, is available, but we have limitations with our internet and network access when it comes to some of these buildings. And that's what we deal with at some places such as the EOC. And it's just the way that the switches and some go through Greenlee, which doesn't make them available here right away, meaning if IT goes out, we may lose some access to network if that site goes out, whether or not we're here or not. So IT on, it's not Greenlee, Morningstar, what is that?
Correct. So IT is on Morningstar, and there was an issue when the power went out last time. But they were able to resolve it with a small household size generator and running some extension cords inside that building. And again, that's one of those facilities that we do not own.
So the idea with the generator for Francisco is to have a backup to the back for this operation out of this building.
Yeah, correct. So you'd be able to keep CDD staff and everybody else in that building working, and also making those services available to the public as well.
But I do think moving forward, it sounds like we're working on it to have a list of critical workers, so we're not.
Well,
I mean,
I'm not sure
I don't
about
know
critical
why.
workers. We're all, I mean, to keep business operations going, we would need to keep we need to keep all of the services pretty much going. Remember that when the courts right now are able to use the courthouse because it has natural lighting, when they move out to the Law and Justice Center, they did not give them a generator, nor did they even put in a switch. We are obligated to provide that space if that does not work. So when they move, we still have to then find a place for our court, not only for our internal justice partners, so as your sheriff, your probation, public defender, district attorney, but also for the courts at that time for them to hold court. So it just gets more complex as we move down the line here.
Yeah, I think the point I'm trying to make is at what point are we going to be operating all of our operations if there was power? That's kind of what I'm curious about. It sounds like if power goes out, we're going to do business as usual across the board at the county level, or is there going to be a point where maybe not every department's open for that day or two?
It depends on the length of the outage. Our goal is always to maintain services, always. That will always be what we will try to do, especially as that it's different if you do half a day. When we start looking at 3 to 5 to 7 days to 2 weeks, that's a big impact on our community when these services are out for that length of time. Not to mention staff who are, we have a whole nother issue about pay, compensation, and that's a whole nother issue we'll be visiting here in a few months. Supervisor?
Okay. Yeah, just one more question. So when you looked at the library and the senior center, did you look at those as a pair? I mean, those two buildings are adjacent. Did you look at the possibility of purchasing one generator for both those facilities, or having a way to hook it up to one or the other, depending on
So we looked at both of them independently.
Yeah.
And so if you look at attachment A, it has the sizing of those generators that would take to run those facilities,
Right.
which would put it in excess of a 500 kilowatt size generator if you were trying to power both of those. So we most likely end up having to still buy 2 different generators to run both of those based on the demand.
So there wouldn't be a cost savings to install one generator to service both of those buildings?
You would have to limit the services you're going to provide in those buildings or the power that you're going to supply in both of those buildings to get one of these generators, one of the larger 500 kilowatt generators to power that.
And then otherwise you need to go up to the next step in terms of generators.
Which would most likely be another generator or something even larger, which increases the cost more. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, is there any public comment?
Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Tom Trott, Twain Harte Community Services District. Let me just first say thank you for considering sharing some of this money with special districts. As you know, special districts in the county and the city share the responsibility and privilege of providing services that protect our public health and safety for our great citizens in this county. And so, unfortunately, the state did not recognize that when they allocated this money, and that is why we are here. We appreciate that the county's needs are much, much greater than what's allocated. Our needs are also much greater than what has been allocated to us, which is 0 so far. Hopefully that'll change right now. But we do have skin in the game. We've dedicated or spent already $85,000 towards protecting water, sewer, and fire services to the community of Twain Harte. And our needs still are over $100,000 beyond that. And so we appreciate whatever you might be able to do here. Thank you very much.
I'm not as tall as Tom. Good afternoon. Michaela Dillon, Tuolumne Utilities District. I want to echo everything Tom says, and we really appreciate you considering sharing with the Utilities District. TUD serves all of the buildings that you've discussed, and then so many residents in our community, and any funding that you can share or allocate to us really will immediately go into effect. We can use generators, and our operations staff will be so grateful because the shuffling of what we have, renting generators is really, it's very hard on TUD and the spread out population and connections that we have. So thank you so much.
Pete Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District. And I always get in the way in between everybody and lunch, so here we go. This will be really fast. I'll echo both what Michaela and Tom said. Very much appreciated that the board is even talking about this and that staff supports it. We're hard at work with the state of California through California Special Districts Association to make sure that the word special district continue to remain in the budget for this next round of appropriation. That does put us all in the same pool of money, does reduce it, but we went through a lot of effort to get to that point. So this should be up to us in the future. We also have spent over $100,000 this year in dealing with the PSPS, and when you put the math to it, in Groveland with the 26 generators, 25 fixed, 1 portable, generators that we have, and you divide that by the operating cost and the replacement at $2.6 million for those. Many of those are over 35 years old. You're looking at about $10 a month for every customer. So it's kind of a very important topic for all of us to consider. Is we didn't call this on ourselves. This just was something that was thrown in our lap, and we're responding very well. So we appreciate any assistance, and we will work on our end to make sure that we stand on our own in the future and support the staff recommendation the way that it's prepared.
Is there any other public?
Well, I appreciate the community service districts and TUD being so polite, but I remain very much opposed to this. I think there'll be an opportunity from the state. They have their own lobbying issues, and these are not in your jurisdiction. So there were a lot of conditions put on the state allocation when the government made his announcement, one of which was not included in the staff report, which talked about that this money, I don't recall if it was should or could, be used for vulnerable populations, and that was missing from the staff report. So $310,000 for 2 buildings is a lot of money. So I think the utility districts and community service districts, if you give them money allocated to the county for county needs, I'm going to look at that as a gift of public funds. So with all due respect, they should go after the state and get their own money. I was really disappointed. I agree with the animal control. I have no problem with that because they have no place to go. The Francisco building, that's a lot of money. And I think there are other places that also provide services, and your library is also next in line for the continuity of operations. And that $100,000, that seems like a lot to me, because I remember you don't have to turn on every light, but they do provide safety for vulnerable populations in heating and cooling. There's parking, it's easy to get to. Then the senior center, I never heard anyone over there talking about the $16,000. So that's news to me from what I've heard from them. But that isn't going to go very far. So that also has a lot of parking. It also they both have a lot of parking. They're easily accessible. There's vulnerable populations nearby that they can use. You have bathrooms, and then you have a commercial kitchen. So you could provide needs for a great many people, more so than what you take care of in the Francisco building, in my estimation. So I would like you to be more cognizant of the fact that this was given to the counties, and I don't know if anyone went to the city because they got quite a lot of money, I thought, compared to what we're getting in the county. And to try to make this money serve as many people as possible, especially those who don't have access to that and are much more vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring this back to the board. Supervisor?
Has staff looked into the possibility that, would that be a gift of public funds to have this money? Has that been looked into? What's the conclusion there?
County Council?
Sure, it has not been looked into, but it's not a gift of public funds. Your board can make that decision, and courts will rely on your board's decision about whether or not there's a public benefit for providing the money to special districts.
Okay. I'll make this pretty simple. There's only $300,000 in change, okay? There's no way we can provide all things to all people. As far as vulnerable populations, our staff can't provide services to vulnerable populations if they can't do their work. And continuity of service in PSP events is my personal number one priority. And certainly we need to provide for service places where the public can go to get services during these events. But if we can't do our jobs, all they're going to be able to do is charge our iPhones. I think that my number one priority is to keep this county government running as much as possible. And while I appreciate the utility district's needs as well, if we spread this money too thin, we're not going to accomplish anything with it. So at this point, I think we've got to prioritize. I'm a little upset that we only got $300,000. I'd sure as heck like to be able to get $300,000 for the county and another $300,000 for our special districts, but we don't have that. So I'm going to move on staff recommendation.
Second.
What's that?
I'm sorry, the recommendation that's in that memo does not provide enough direction. If you were to give the 54,000, you will need to decide how that will be divvied up amongst those special districts.
Okay.
Is it in there? Okay, equally, sorry, I did not see that when I read it.
Okay.
Perfect.
And
Okay.
I'll just give a difference of opinion, but as a board, we'll move forward either way. The way I see it is we have power to this building. I am concerned in the future, but right now we have power that's unknown. So we can operate, and we have operated out of here. I think the best bang for the buck is the option of number 2, where animal control and senior center. And then I think equally sharing the remaining 150,000 between the 3 districts. Again, those districts, that's going to touch more people as far as water, utilities, septic, and whatnot. So, and I'm hopeful if there is another 50 million coming, perhaps that funding moving forward could be specifically used for the Francisco building. But I'm looking at what we have and what we don't have, and I think for me, that's where I would like to see the funds utilized, which is, again, like I said, option number 2 with animal control, senior center, and then the rest being divvied between the 3 districts to service people in our community. That's just my opinion.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, when we first talked about this and looked over some of the costs and staff came up with some idea of what they would cost, I had sticker shock at that time, and I still have sticker shock. It hasn't died down at all. It is an extremely high cost. I do support giving the balance of the funds to this divvying up between the special districts as in the staff recommendation. I also support the construction of the generator for the animal control center. I just wish there was a bit more money left. If there was enough money available to provide power to the library and the senior center together, I would probably prefer that over the Francisco building. But there's not enough money, and we have to use it to the best of our abilities. So it's not perfect, but I think staff came up with the best recommendation for us. I know I've heard from a lot of constituents who've essentially asked that the county use the money to buy, 1,000 individual generators and put them on every street corner, but we can't use the money that way. So we're kind of bound by the rules of the grant, and it's not enough to cover our needs, but it's enough to do something. And I think staff recommendation is probably the best idea we've got.
I have a motion from Supervisor Rutherford, a second.
Yeah, let me clarify what my motion is, because apparently
So it would be the AN building, animal control, and then the balance to
exactly. So why was my motion not enough information for staff?
There was just a quick confusion about how it would be allocated amongst what the divide would be.
So if you're going staff
Okay,
recommendation
equally.
correct.
I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm sorry.
A motion from Supervisor Rutherford, second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Even though I disagree, I will vote in favor, so 5-0.
All right, motion carries 5-0. We are going to recess until 1:30.
Can we, since we don't have an appointment, can we reconvene at 2?
I'm looking across the dais.
Okay, 1:30.
Thank you. We will reconvene at 1:30. Do you need more than an hour? Okay, we are going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. Will the clerk please read item 21?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving amendment number 1 to the National Disaster Resilience Competition Agreement.
Ready?
Mo.
Awesome. Good afternoon, Board. It's exciting to be here in front of you to talk about Phase 2, or an amendment to our original contract with Housing and Community Development. Before you today for consideration is an amendment as we look at entering into Phase 2. As your Board is aware, on May 6, 2019, staff came before you to present all the activities and give you a final report and a recommendation to move forward to Phase 2 with the construction of 2 community resiliency centers. At that time, your board had approved that and asked that we communicate to HCD that we wanted to move forward and proceed with 2 CRCs. The state then came back to us and said, look, you kind of have a funding gap here. We approved 2 centers, but get it down to so there's not an issue or not a problem with that funding gap. So your staff spent the next couple of months working with the architect's office trying to bring down the project costs, yet keep in mind still trying to look at the scope and intent of the grant and keep as many of those items intact as we could. There was, as your board is aware, we had several conversations with HCD in regards to how we were going to proceed and what was going to happen to that. HCD was very creative, and they came up with a solution for us and came up with $5 million worth of neighborhood stabilization program funding to be included with the NDRC funding for this project, which made both the projects, the one in Groveland and the one in Tuolumne, viable for us. Before you today for consideration, as I said, is amendment number 1 to the Phase 2 work. This amendment commits the county to the construction of 2 community resiliency centers by June 30th, 2022. In reviewing the amendment, staff had several concerns. As you know, as we've been going through this process with HCD, sometimes not a fault, their fault, but because of the rules and regulations, it's been very onerous in regards to the paperwork and the procedures and processes that we have to go through. And so some of the concerns staff had is some of the definitions in regards to what happens as far as the penalties if we don't finish on time with this project. The other concern staff had was there was language in the draft amendment that said HCD had the sole responsibility or sole direction of our subconsultants. We also had some concerns in the way the budget was first presented to us and what categories certain items were put into. After some discussions, all of those issues have been resolved to staff's satisfaction, and before you today is all of those items have been corrected or changed in there. The agreement amendment also references, and I need to make sure that your board is aware of this, that it references a use restriction agreement that will be placed on the facility. And as you know, basically the use restriction says we will use these facilities for the next 5 years as a community resiliency center. And this is this typical restriction that we have on any CDBG project that we've entered into in the county over the years. So it's nothing new. I just want you to know, coming before your board in a future agenda will be this item for our use restrictions for both of these facilities. If your board approves this agreement amendment, then we'll also need to make adjustments to the budget. So the revenue line item for the CDBG for the NDRC cost center would be increased by $431,809, and the expense line item for PS&S consulting administration, PS&S professional services, and land line items will all be increased to be able to cover the cost for the remainder of this fiscal year. The rest of the grant money will then be budgeted according to what's needed for that fiscal year. So the money will be coming in the next 2 fiscal years. Staff is recommending approval of amendment number 1 and asking you to approve the accompanying resolution and authorize the county administrator to sign. Just as a reminder, this requires some budget action, so it does require a 4/5 vote. And one of the requirements that you asked staff to relay to HCD is you had asked them to come before you in regards to this item, and they sincerely apologize. Scheduling conflicts did not allow them to be here, but they're very heartily support this and very enthusiastic looking at working with the county as we move forward. I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'm going to bring this back.
I'd be happy to move on staff recommendations if it will move it forward.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
A motion from Supervisor Gray, second from Supervisor Campbell. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. Item 22.
Consideration of awarding the National Disaster Resiliency Competition Architecture Service Agreement for Phase 2 to Lionakis and appropriate adjustments in the National Disaster Resiliency Cost Center.
Okay. Again, Board, thank you for having me before you in regards to this item. So in regards to our Community Resiliency Center, staff has not let anything grow underneath our feet, and we have been working diligently to meet the timeline that we just agreed to the state that we will be adhering to. With that, before you today for consideration is a contract with Lionakis Architects to do Phase 2 work. As a reminder, several years ago, county staff released a request for qualifications for architectural services. Upon close of that RFQ, we received 12 bids. Then we went and conducted interviews. We broke it down, and from that, a recommendation to hire Lionakis was presented to your board. They have finished Phase 1 work and are ready to proceed, and actually have been starting to work on Phase 2 work for us. They, for Phase 2, this contract will carry us from this point in time. So they're going to do design development, and they're going to do plans and specifications. They will assist us through the bidding process, and then they will go through and do contract administration and any other type of documentation or closeout paperwork that's required as a result of this grant. The contract before you consists of these architectural services as I described for a not to exceed amount of $1,633,275. As I said, the work will commence immediately. Actually, they've already started on it because of the deadlines we have, and we will anticipate the close of the contract will be September 2022. I need to let your board know that it is not staff's wishes. I would have, if I could have, wrapped up and put some more. I need to add some scope of work to the architectural services, but because of the HUD regulations, I could not do that. So I will be back in front of your board at a future board meeting to add in a AV specialist and a radio tower specialist into this agreement. All of these expenses are paid for out of the grant money that we're receiving from the state. And I apologize for that. It's not the way staff usually does their work, but we're just required to do extra paperwork and go through extra steps with this. Again, just like the previous item, if your board approves this agreement, then the Disaster Resiliency Cost Center will need to be adjusted this fiscal year, with revenue line item for federal will be increased by $834,397 with a like expenditure out of professional services. The remainder of the contract will be budgeted in the next coming years as we need funds to be able to pay off this contract. Again, this requires a 4/5 vote. I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any board questions? Any public comment?
Just a clarification, it's all coming out of the grant. And then should there be an issue with the timeline, that would be addressed at another date as far as?
Right. So one thing that we should talk about as far as the grant deadline, I am very appreciative. I have been working with both Supervisor Brennan and Supervisor Rutherford in regards to asking for an extension of 1 year for the whole entire grant, because not only will the CRC pillar need some extension of time, but I know the biomass utilization facility really could use some time extension as we work through all the details and try to get things figured out. So that's one avenue. The other avenue is the state has been, as we've been discussing with them, the deadlines and our concerns about it as far as staff, as long as we show the county due diligence and working forward, and they know that things might come up that are not any fault of our own, as long as we're working towards that, they will be paying us for those services and for those items that we expend.
Is there any public comment? Okay, bring it back to the board.
Second.
Motion from Supervisor Rutherford, second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 23?
Consideration of adopting a resolution renewing the local state of emergency for an imminent threats of disaster due to severe and persistent fire damage.
Good afternoon, Board. Liz Peterson with County Administrator's Office and the Office of Emergency Services. I am here today requesting that your board consider renewing the local state of emergency that your board approved or declared on January 7th of this year. As you recall, the state of emergency is due to conditions of extreme peril and imminent threat of disaster due to severe and persistent fire danger. Chapter 7 of the California Government Code not only allows your board to proclaim this local disaster, but also states that the governing body who proclaimed shall also review the need to continue the local state of emergency at least every 60 days. And your board has the authority to renew it. If you don't renew it, then it just terminates automatically. So the conditions that led your board to declare a state of emergency in the first place do still exist. They unfortunately have not really gone away in the last 60 days, although we do continue to pursue the efforts that we have been undertaking for the last year and change related to fire safety and community resilience here in Tuolumne County. So since your board proclaimed last month, staff have been working with Cal OES to provide additional information about how the county and its partners have been working to mitigate this imminent threat and the conditions of extreme peril. Staff have been engaged in multiple discussions and exchanges of information to provide more context and clarity to them. I do want to let you know that from Cal OES's perspective, it is extremely unusual to proclaim a state of emergency without a specific event to tie the emergency declaration to. While we believe the tree mortality disaster did set the precedent for utilizing CDAA funds to mitigate conditions of extreme peril, there does still appear to be some hesitance or misunderstanding or confusion from Cal OES. Not everybody there, but they're trying to wrap their heads around what exactly your board is asking. So as a next step related to that, I've been working with Supervisor Brennan, who's been working with some representatives from some other counties. That the plan is to go and meet with Cal OES representatives directly in Sacramento. Our regional representative from Cal OES, Dana Ellis, is phenomenal, and she's been really helpful in trying to be the kind of mediator in between us here locally and Cal OES at the state. But there is, like I said, some confusion or misunderstanding, and so we agree that probably the best next step would be to go to them directly and meet with them to explain the situation and what we're asking for. as far as CDAA or other funding options. I do also want to let your board know that since you have proclaimed a local state of emergency, Amador County has also passed a resolution with the same requests, funding for the items that are listed in the resolution. Alpine County is in the process of proclaiming a local state of emergency. It will likely happen at their next board meeting or potentially the one after, but they have had a good discussion about it, and their board did approve for the staff to come back with that resolution. And then Yuba County is also in the process of declaring and likely will be very shortly. Mariposa County has also approved the resolution for the Regional County Coalition related to fire safety and likely will be approving a local state of emergency as well. And I know Supervisor Brennan can speak more to this, but I know that she's been working with a lot of other county representatives, county supervisors, who are interested also in declaring a local state of emergency. And then staff, we've also been keeping RCRC updated on the progress as well. And I know Supervisor Brennan, as the RCRC representative from Tuolumne County, has also been working with RCRC as well. So it is the recommendation that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution continuing the local state of emergency due to conditions of extreme peril related to severe and persistent fire danger.
So by way of update, Siskiyou, Modoc, Shasta, Butte, have all, their supervisors have all said that they are in the process of getting this agendized. They have our declaration, and they're working on a similar declaration. We were hoping to meet next week on this, but we have a lengthy insurance ad hoc meeting, and so we will be discussing a time for later this month where we will be getting the representatives of the county representatives, RCRC staff, hopefully the county administrators and OES folks at the same table in Sacramento. So we'll report out on this as soon as we have a date. Is there any other board questions? Is there any public comment? All right, I bring it back to the board.
Move to continue the state of emergency.
Second.
Motion from Supervisor Rotifer, second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Let's go ahead and do our closed session item. I believe that item 27 is going to be pulled. Is that correct? Okay, so will the clerk please read item 26?
This closed session conference with legal counsel anticipated litigation authority government code section 549569D2, two cases.
Is there any public comment? Okay. Do we anticipate a report out?
Potentially.
Okay. With that, we are going to recess to closed session.